forget to say that. When you go to chemist school, you became more alert. You may wake up, your spirit wake up. And you became a more human being. That's your character is built in a school. We must know Netcher. You see, maybe in the future we need to know some Refuting too. We need to know Netcher.
ETM Hotep. First order of business. If someone can please do me a service or a favor and let me know that I can be heard. I always like to check that because I know you all may not know, but I almost did an entire show on Facebook where I was talking and and come find out no one could hear me, but I wasn't looking at the comments, and so I practically did an entire show that was muted. So I always like to check that out first. So if anyone in the chat, if you can be so kind to let me know that I could be heard. All right, appreciate it, Aaron Edwards. So shout out to everyone, ETM Hotep, which is welcome and peace. And, you know, I gave a little history on the word Hotep to kind of take away from people using it in a pejorative way, you know, Hotepers and this and that. Give you all the science behind the greeting with the word Hotep in it. So check out in the archives. But peace to everyone. Just to give everyone a shout out real quick before I jump in. Let's just see. I'm just looking at the chat, scrolling back up. So shout out to Sundiata. I think he was the first one to comment. Aaron Edwards, Fa Lightentis, Tup Ankamun. And I remember, you know, many of you all from last night. Who else do we have? Teddy Wasamarat Ra Seneferu, Hotep, MF Tahaka Soul, Hotep, Alexander Davenport, Hotep, Robert Rand, Hotep. And, listen, I need one of you all to do me a favor. I haven't had the time to look into this, but what is up with these bots coming on everyone's YouTube streams? If anybody can give me the 411 on that, I would greatly appreciate that. I would greatly appreciate that. I've been seeing it on our channel, but I've seen it on other people's channels as well. So I haven't had time to look into that. So that's what's going on with that. Is Google slipping? Google needs to step it up. You know, people are spamming. Like what's that all about? So anyway, somebody give me some information on that. Okay, so shout out to everyone who's tuned in. So as you see, the title of this live stream is real-time response to Chief X's last video from yesterday, which was February 24th, 2022. Now, what I mean by real-time response is that I did not watch his video. Okay, so I want to make that clear. I did not watch his video. I haven't heard it or anything. I saw that he did a video last night while we were live last night, while I was live last night. And, you know, we had a panel, a small panel, and we were talking. Someone had let me know that Chief X went live while we were talking last night. And by the way, if you didn't tune in last night's live was dedicated or motivated, I should say, not dedicated, but motivated by Chief X, another Chief X video where he used my video to justify the things he was saying in response to the brother Unk and the brother Jonathan Owens, Smash Rockwell. Okay. And so I went live. I felt responsible or compelled to go live and set the record straight because he was mischaracterizing, misusing my video to support his claims. And so that's why I went live last night. And so while I was live last night, Chief X goes live to address me on my live while I'm live, which to me makes no sense because that means that you are not paying attention or listening to what I'm saying. And then he jumps on and goes live. So I knew he went live last night, but I didn't watch it last night, obviously, because I was still live. And even today, I didn't watch his video. So what I want to do tonight is I'm going to do a real-time response. So what that means is I'm going to pull up his video and I'm going to watch it for the first time with all of y'all, because this video is like an hour long and I doubt I'm going to watch the whole thing or sit here and replay the whole thing. But I'm going to pull it up and play. And if I need to pause or whatever to address anything he says in real time, so you all are going to see my real-time reactions and everything to anything he says, because he has my name in the title and he's calling me a liar. What's the exact title? Let me see what the exact title is, because I don't want to misquote it. What is the exact title? And I don't even have it pulled up. Let me pull it up real quick. What's the exact title of Chief X video? One of y'all probably know faster than me. Okay, Wujao is a deceitful liar full of fear. Okay, so that's the video I'm talking about. He did it 19 hours ago, and he has my picture as the video thumbnail. All right, so I'm going to play it. So I know the video is about me, obviously, but I haven't heard it. So you all gonna hear my real-time response to his video, and I'm sure you're gonna learn something. So don't think it's just me. Listen, I don't get into the immature, silly drama. I am against that. I don't like it. I don't enable it. I don't support it. Okay. I'm watching his video live while I'm live right now in real time, and any comments and thoughts that come to my mind, you all are going to hear it. That's just it. But I'm going to keep it nice and swift and short because I am that confident that whatever Chief X said, it is nonsense. I can guarantee you that. As a matter of fact, anybody in chat right now, if you want to put up your mortgage as a friendly wager that anything he says can be easily refuted by me, and you're going to witness that, that's how confident I am. All right. And I don't know what he means by fear. Like I said, I haven't seen it, but I'm looking at the title. He said, I'm deceitful. I'm a deceitful liar, and I'm full of fear. Wait a minute. Let me get it right. Yeah. Wajao is a deceitful liar full of fear. I really have no idea what he could possibly mean by that. That's super crazy to me. Now, I probably don't even have to do this. I'm sure everybody in the chat right now who knows anything about me can read Chief X's title and automatically dismiss it. Like, I don't even have to do it. I am that confident as well that every one of you all who who are watching me right now, they know that those two claims, that I'm a liar and that I'm a deceitful liar and that I'm full of fear, both of those claims are just completely false. Like, you all can say that without me even batting an eye. But I got some free time. It's Friday night, and I wanna listen to this video because listen, I think Chief X is funny. I lost any form of academic type respect for him, and I'm gonna talk as if I'm talking to Chief X. Okay, so I know there's people watching, and shout out to everyone who's watching right now. But I'm gonna give you all a heads up. I know all of you all are in the chat and everything like that, but I'm gonna talk to you all as if I'm talking to Chief X himself, because I know Chief X is gonna watch this eventually, or he may be watching it now, and that is great if he's watching it now. So I'm gonna talk to him like in second person. Okay, so I just want y'all, so y'all don't think that I'm crazy or weird. I'm gonna talk to you all as if Chief X is in the chat right now, and I'm talking to him. And as you all know, I always post a link to the panel in the chat, but I'm not gonna do it this second because I want to get this out first, and then I'll post a link that anybody can come. Anybody can come. Anybody that knows me and has been following this channel knows that I always post a panel link up every time. I actually encourage participation and interaction. That's what we thrive off of. Interaction and participation all day, every day, each and every time. Okay? So I'm saying that I don't understand this fear part that Chief X had, but we're going to find out. So let me pull up his thing. So I'm not going to go get all long-winded and everything. But shout out to everybody in the chat. And, I'm kind of waffling on right now to buy some time because I want people to, who are interested, I want y'all to ride with me on this one. Okay? So let me pull up Chief X's video that we're going to go through together. And hopefully it's not too long. Okay, so his video is an hour. Okay, good. It's an hour long. Hour and 6 minutes, 19 seconds to be exact. So I'm gonna play it. This is raw, y'all. This is raw. I'm gonna play it, and so I'm gonna pause it. I'm gonna pause it whenever I feel like I need to address something. Okay, but watch. This is funny. This is gonna be funny. So if you have your popcorn and you got your tea, whatever you get it. All right, you gotta get a glass of water and whatever, because we're gonna have some fun. All right, this is Friday night fun. Instead of Friday night freestyles, this is Friday night fun at the expense of the God Best Incarnate, aka Chief X, aka all the other names that other people call him. But I don't like to call people out of their names. Chief X calls himself Chief X. He calls himself the God Best Incarnate, or he used to. The other names y'all can have fun with, but I don't like to call people out of their names. So I'll still, obviously respect and call him Chief X. And then his variant Xavier is his name as well. But anyway, let's do it. All right, so y'all ready? Give a last minute shout out to everybody, and hopefully you all have tuned in last night. Hopefully you all learned something, because listen, it's gonna be interesting, because whatever he said in this video I'm about to play, I already know it's nonsense. I already know, and I know he didn't pay attention to anything we said last night. And that just shows the character of these people. And, but like I said, shout out to Chief X, because I don't do the disrespectful thing. I don't do the childish stuff, and I don't get into that. And Chief X, I met Chief X. Chief X is a cool dude, a cool guy in person. I just don't have any academic type respect for him, but I respect him as a person and as a cool guy. And I think he's funny as all outdoors. So Chief X. So now I'm gonna shift over to the second person Chief X. So brother Chief X, I have no academic type of respect for you, but I think you're cool, and I think you're funny as all outdoors. All right, I will always say that because you truly are funny, man. You make me laugh, and everything like that. You're very entertaining, and you're animate. You know, when you do your live streams and stuff with your cigars and your chair and moving back and forth and your facial expressions, all of that stuff is real cool. I like it. But your skill or lack thereof at studying and logically following and putting together a proper method to investigate certain questions and stuff like that, it is trash. All right. So I have no respect for you on an academic level whatsoever. So, and that is to you, Chief X. All right. From me to you, second person. All right. So now let's get into this. I am going to play his video. So let's see how I can do this with this side by side. Wait a minute. All right. So y'all can see his video. I'm trying to just see how I can get his video big. Well, y'all don't need to see. I mean, y'all not seeing me. Y'all don't need to see my avatar or anything. I could probably just remove that. Nope, that's the wrong way. Don't want that. Don't want that. Don't want that. All right. Well, I'm going to make his big. Y'all just need to see him. Y'all can hear me, but see him. That's cool. We're going to give Chief X the front and center spotlight, boy. There he is. I forgot. There you are, Chief X. I'm like second person, y'all. Second person. There you go, Chief X. So we're going to play your video. So let's get it in. Oh, listen. Last minute thing. Shout out to everybody who tuned in. In case you just came late, what I'm doing, I'm playing Chief X video that he made apparently about me or related to me because my name is in his title. And I haven't seen it yet. So this is my real-time responses to anything he says. And I am confident that whatever he says is going to be nonsense. It's going to be such light work to refute if I feel the need to refute anything. It's going to be very easy, very light, and off the top of my head. All right, so let's get it. All right, so here we go. We're going to play the video. Now, I do notice that when it comes to Chief X videos, he spends like the first couple of minutes just kind of waiting, for people to get in. So I may have to skip forward a bit. I'm gonna let it play for a while, and if he's not talking, I'm gonna fast forward it. Oh, see, he said 1 second, y'all. And I keep forgetting I gotta talk to Chief X as if he's a second person in the chat. So Chief X, you're taking a long time on this intro. All right, let me forward. So Chief X, I'm gonna forward your video a bit until I see that you're talking, because I'm not gonna waste my time on your intro. GOA. Oh, GOA member. Okay, Chief X is dealing with some other stuff.
Debunking Brother Ankh in Smash.
Oh, wait. All right, here we go. So let's play it from here. All right, here we go. Okay, Chief X, I'm playing you from here, buddy. All right. Come on, that Chief X. What you got? What you got for me? What you got?
So, hey, Neeson 2010. So, a couple days I made a video.
Okay.
And went live on YouTube. Debunking Brother Ankh.
Wait. Let me ask you all in the chat. I need another favor from you all. Can you all hear Chief X speaking? Can y'all hear the audio? Just let me know that. Oh, he just said Chief X's audio is low. Okay, I'll try to turn it up. Let's see if I can get it up higher. All right, so here we go.
and Smash Rockwell. I said they didn't know what the fuck they was talking about, and that they were wrong on an image they showed, and they claimed that the image was Egyptian. Okay. Wujaro makes the same claim today and in previous times. Okay.
Okay, so let me pause it. So Chief X, remember, for those of you in the chat, I'm gonna talk to Chief X as if he's in the chat. Okay, second person. I don't want y'all to think I'm crazy when I'm doing it. So Chief X, that is absolutely true that the picture that Jonathan Owens showed on their video that you addressed is in fact a representation of the ancient Egyptians in the tomb of Ramesses III. That is a fact. All right. So let's see what you got for me, Chief X.
Wujaro says that these individuals, let me show you.
Show me, Chief X. All right, go ahead. Let's see it. Show it. Share your screen, Chief X.
Are Egyptian according to the glyphs. But we have a problem here.
The only problem we have here is that Chief X has no idea of what he's talking about. That's the problem. The root problem is that Chief X does not study this stuff. He can't read the glyphs. He wouldn't even know if the Egyptian name was in front of him if it slapped him in his left and right cheek or his chin. And we're about to see this. Watch. I guarantee you we're about to see this. I just want Chief X. I got to remember to talk to you in the second person. So Chief X, the problem is with you. You do not study this. You have no tenure in any studies on this topic whatsoever. The only thing that you have are tattoos that are using Egyptian symbols and things like that, and the perusing that you do on the internet. That is it. And I guarantee you, Chief X, that you can't hold up a book about ancient Egyptian culture that you have read in its entirety. Because I guarantee you, whatever book that, if you so happen to hold up one, that I have it and I've read it and I will quiz you on it. And I guarantee you that you will not be able to withstand the questions that I ask you about it. I know that for a fact.
Okay. They said I was Googling and all on Pinterest, and I took this image from Pinterest. Another lie. I don't know why you got to just make...
Wait. Okay, so he said that's another lie, as if he mentioned a first lie. So this is the first time he's claiming that I lied, because I said last night that he used Pinterest. And the reason why I said that was because on his screen, you see Pinterest on his screen, not my screen. I'm not making that up. And what I should do is I should pull up the clip, but I'll do that later, because I want to just give commentary on whatever he's saying right now. Or Chief X, whatever you're saying right now. You use Pinterest and was on your screen, okay, for the image. Now, you could have got the image from elsewhere because the image is all over the internet. So that's neither here nor there. Whether you got it from Pinterest, whether you got it from website abc.com, none of that is an issue. I only mentioned Pinterest because that's what was on your screen. But that's not a big deal. I don't care where you got it from.
that shit up like I'm just flailing around, just doing anything. No, I got this shit from the Thieving Mapping Project. Oh, I'm not even sharing my screen. Hold on. Hold on. I'm sorry.
Yeah, share your screen, Chief X.
Okay. So here we go. I'm talking, didn't even share my screen. So they're saying that these people are Egyptian, right? They make the claim and just lie on me and try to just belittle me and play the mind game with their stupid ass followers.
Wait. So now he's insulting the people in the chat by saying, stupid ass followers. And that's not cool like that. That's not cool. That's not cool of you, Chief X, to do that. All right. So I just want to point that out. That's not too cool. That's really not cool.
And say he got the image off of Pinterest. He just Google. He don't know nothing. He just okay. This is not from Pinterest. This is the Theban Mapping Project, a project of the American Research Center in Egypt.
So again, it doesn't matter where you got the picture from, Chief X, because that picture is all over the internet. And the only reason why I mentioned Pinterest was because at the time I mentioned it, it was on your screen. So you shared a few pictures, Chief X, and one of those pictures on your screen clearly says Pinterest. And I mentioned Pinterest because it was on your screen. I didn't just pull Pinterest out of the clear blue sky. So it really doesn't matter where you got this particular picture from. None of that matters. This is so trivial.
So I read and do research, not just looking at a fucking picture. I listen to the experts, and the experts explain it and tell you.
That is definitely non-cipher. That is false. Chief X does not listen to the experts. And notice he didn't say I read the experts. He said I listen to the experts. And everybody knows the expert. He not listen to any experts. Because if Chief X were to actually read the experts on this topic of the tomb of Ramesses III, he would not even make any videos that he's making. He would be silent because he would be put in check. Because the experts that he claims that he listens to will tell you that Ramesses III tomb is an anomaly, number one, because of the fact that the Egyptians portrayed themselves identically to the so-called Nubians. This is what experts say about the tomb of Ramesses III when it comes to the Book of Gates. The Book of Gates, as I explained last night, Chief X, contains 4 nations, 4 ethnic groups. One of those groups are the Egyptians. Another group is the Amu, Asiatics. Another group is the Nehisiu, which are called the Nubians. And the 4th group are the Chemehu, which are the Libyans. In the tomb of Ramesses III, and only in the tomb of Ramesses III, did the Egyptians depict themselves and the Nehisiu, which are being called Nubians, identically. This is the only tomb that does it. It's the only place in Egypt, in all of Egypt, that this happens. So experts are fully aware of this, and that's what they talk about. That's what I've talked about before, several times in the past. But we're going to get into it, Chief X. Let this be a lesson to you, Chief X, and it is another reason why I have absolutely no respect for you in an academic setting. But I still think you're cool and funny as all outdoors.
These are Nubians in the 5th hour of the Book of Gates in the tomb of Ramses. Here's the photographer. I mean, how much of a source can I give you? This is the photographer, copy slide, Francis, image taken, 1996. They have related images on the walls and stuff like that. Legit shit from an expert who's been there. And the experts say these are Nubians. I don't give a shit what Wujaro and them other cats is talking about. They're lying, and we're going to get to the lie in a second.
So, Chief X, right now, this is a full, overt demonstration of your ignorance, okay? Because as I said last night, in the tomb of Ramesses III, you do have 4 figures, not just the 2 that you're showing, Chief X. There are actually 4. The 2 that you're showing is a cropped picture. It's actually 4 figures, and those 4 figures are the Nubians. So experts will tell you that those 4 are the Nubians. But Chief X, what you fail to realize and pay attention and comprehend, what I also said last night, in the same tomb are another set of 4 figures that are identical but they are the Egyptians. They have the name Remetch next to them, just like these set of 4 have the word Nehisiu next to them. So you got 4 sets of 4. 4 Egyptians, 4 Asiatics, 4 Nubians, and 4 Libyans. The Nubians and the Egyptian sets of 4, which adds up to 8. Let's do the math. 4 and 4 is 8, Chief X. All 8 of those figures look alike. That's what you're failing to realize. So never once did Wujau say, did I say that the experts don't call this set of 2 that you're showing Nubians. I said that, and this is what I've been teaching for years. All right. So you have to pay attention, Chief X. This is why I say that on the academic side, you are definitely slow and have a issue with comprehending very well. That's why I don't respect anything from you in an academic setting. But again, I think you're cool, and I think you're funny as all outdoors. I'll give you that. But let's go.
Okay? So, now here's Wujau's YouTube page called The Sesh.
I appreciate that. Let me say do it to you, Chief X, for giving the website a shout out. I mean the YouTube page a shout out. Appreciate that.
It's short for the Seshu Ma Ni Medew Netter. Okay?
Okay, he said it. He almost said it right.
All these videos on his page teaching.
Yep. No lies told there.
He doesn't have not one person's name in any of these videos in entire 2 years, except one person, and that one person is Chief X.
Wait, I gotta pause this. Chief X, you you are lying. Wait. All right, so I'm gonna have to start doing this with you, Chief X. All right, like I said, I'm treating Chief X like he's in the chat. So Chief X just said that. Now I don't even know where he's going with this. Like this is weird. But let me just kill that real quick. Hold on. Let me pull up the site. Oh boy, man, this is crazy. Okay, let's pull up the site. Let me share my screen. Let's pull up the YouTube channel. We're gonna pull up our YouTube channel. I'm gonna pull up our YouTube channel. So give me a second. Here's the Seshu, and here we are. So I'm gonna swap. I'm going to swap it so you see it. All right. So that's our YouTube channel. And make it bigger because I know you all not going to be able to read these labels. So remember what Chief X said. I can't believe he said that. Actually, I can't. I take that back. I can't because Chief X is slow. He is slow. I'm convinced he's slow now. All right, let me blow it up. All right, so y'all should be able to see it. Can you see it? Can y'all see it? You can see it better. All right, it's only going to show 3 at a time. Okay, so Chief X just claimed that his name is the only name that is mentioned. I guess he's talking about in the title of the videos on our channel. But let's see if Chief X is correct. Let's see who's the actual liar here. All right. So now here's the video from last night. Zombie Topics correcting Chief X again. So that's where I addressed him last night. Wasteful Quarrels is a born. No. Let's keep going. Late Friday night, Wednesday. Here's Chief X again. The mother of Egypt, a lesson for Chief X. See, now I'm trying to help the brother out. I'm giving free lessons to Chief X, whether he's present or not. I know he's gonna watch it, and obviously he watched some of it. Now his comprehension is definitely in question, but he watched some of it. So that's 2 videos. So last night and this video. But he said his name is the only one. All right, but now here, so I'm gonna show you how he's lying or whatever he's leading up to is just trash. Here's a video with Asar Imhotep's name on it. Okay, so that's one person, and all I need is one person. So I already showed Chief X lying right there just by showing Asar's name. But he probably means in a way that I am correcting something. Okay, so let's ignore the fact that Sar Imhotep is there. Let's ignore the fact that Sar Imhotep's name is there. Because I'm gonna go down. We're gonna find some other names. Late night with Sesh, Egyptian and Nubian. Okay. See, this is Chief X again. Now, mind you, I have to. You can't see the full title here, but if you hover over it, it pops up as a tooltip, and the full title is Late Night with the Seshu are Nubians, Egyptians, and then I put a slash Chief X name, because one thing that I don't do is I don't do the innuendos. I don't talk around arguments or around people without mentioning their name if I'm talking about something they said or whatever. Like I don't like that, and I don't do that. So I will put your name in a title or whatever with the quickness. Here's Asar Imhotep's name again in a video, but again, let's pretend let's not use Asar Imhotep. All right, let's keep going down. The birth of time, creation. Let's keep going. Let's keep going down. Let's see if I've here's another addressing something. That's not no one's name there. Black or white, who cares? None of those. I'm gonna try to do this quickly. Let's keep going down. I just want to see if Chief X, if you are telling the truth or not. Friday night, no. Discuss. Sabite Dome, open discussion. Let's see. Keep going down. Open discussion. I'm not trying to bore you all, but I just need to, get this out, because this is something that Chief X didn't do. He definitely did not look through. He probably saw his name and just stopped. But I want to make sure that I'm not missing anybody, because I know I've mentioned. All right, here we go. Here's Jabari and Raborn's name, and I addressed their conversation. I addressed the problems with their conversation in that video. That's a 3.5 hour video. So we got Jabari and Raborn's names there. You see that? So is Chief X being truthful, or is he in error by saying that I'm the only one that I, meaning Chief X, you are the only one that's mentioned? So that's Jabari and Raborn. Let's keep going down. Here's the look. Wujao and Adrian Jones goes live to discuss the nation of Kemet. So you got Adrian Jones. That's for y'all know Asar MK. Y'all may know him as Asar MK. Let's keep going. What's this one? Oh, this one. It has Shekanta Diop's name, where I am actually correcting. I am being bold enough, but with all due respect, because like I said, I don't get into the childish circus stuff. I'm not for that circus stuff or the circus platforms. But with the utmost respect, I actually correct Shekanta Diop in this video right here, and his name is on here. Like I said, you cannot see the you can't see the name unless you hover over it, because the title is too long. But let's see the what's another one? This one here. Here's another one. The Sabite Dome, National Personification and the Importance of Reading Comprehension regarding Adrian Jones. So I have another Sabite Dome with Adrian Jones' name in it, right next to the one I'm doing for Shekanta Diop. All right. Let's see. Any more? Let's keep going down. I'm not going to spend too much time. I already. Oh, here's Zion Lex's picture. Welcome to Sabite Dome. Addressing claims made by Zion Lex. But guess what? This is part 3. So I did 3 parts addressing Zion Lex by name. Okay, so that should be enough for y'all. All right. So I'm going to rest my point on those points that that is irrefutable evidence that Chief X, you are lying on me and to the audience by saying that you're the only name that I address. So let me just bring that out, bring you back up. All right, let's hear what else you got to say, Chief X. So I done proved that point wrong. So I don't know where you're going with it, but let's find out.
Follow me for a second and understand where I'm going in the mindset of these people, okay?
Yeah, where you going and pray tell, where's my mindset? Come on, let me hear it.
So today he has a video on me because I made a video.
Look, it still says live on his thing. So that's proof that he is live while I'm live last night. So Chief X is live while I was live last night. That's crazy. How you gonna do a response or whatever video while somebody's live? Oh man, that is crazy. Either come on the platform or wait till it's over so you can hear everything. That's crazy. But anyway, all right. So let's go.
Regarding some stuff, and every time Uzaro gets fearful or he figures the gig might be up, because a lot of these people's income and their is attached to Hotep hustling. He's a Netter teacher, so he signs people up to take his Netter class. So he has to financially keep you thinking about Egypt, and he try to make it relate to you. This is what they have always done.
Wait a minute, Chief X, what the heck are you talking about? So wait, let's break this down. Let's go backwards. I never relate ancient Egyptians to us African Americans. I tell people that you're not ancient Egyptian all the time. So you're lying. That's why I don't have any academic respect for you. I don't think you have integrity, Chief X. I really don't. And this is why people say what they say about you. Now, I don't call you out your name, but you bring that stuff on yourself because of stuff like this. I never associate ancient Egypt and the ancient Egyptians with African Americans as if African Americans are descendants of the ancient Egyptians, or none of that silly stuff that you get into. I don't do that. I don't believe that, and I don't do that. I'm not the one walking around with a tattoo, a permanent ink tattoo of Best, the god Best, and Unks and the deity I-10 with the sun rays coming down on my shoulders and chest and stuff like that, like you do. So that's your problem, not mine. And then number two, I'm not the one that post up my cash tag, and ask people for donations or money. Nobody's ever seen me do that. Nowhere will you find my app tag on the videos and stuff like that. And you will not find me begging for people to like my videos and subscribe and stuff like that. I don't put Facebook posts up like you do, Chief X, begging people to like your YouTube channel so you can get a certain amount of subscribers and stuff. You never see the brother Wujau do that. In fact, people complain to me about me not advertising my classes. Yes, I do teach Sesh Netcher, and I've been teaching it for over 10 years now. But people are mad at me because I don't advertise and I don't let people know I got classes going on. So what are you talking about? Chief X has no idea what he's talking about. He's totally made that up. So I'm talking in the third person. So now back to you, Chief X. You are the one that is a liar. You're lying and you can't prove it. And that's the thing. People will listen to you and not even demand proof or evidence to support it. It's the opposite. It's the opposite. And anybody who watched this channel will know. You can go through all the videos. Even my co-panelists, members of the Seshu in the past, they're the ones that remind me, hey, Wujau, man, you need to advertise the book more. You need to advertise the class more. They remind me to do that. So Chief X you need to get out of here with that. All right, so let's keep on going.
This is what the Amen Ra squad has done. If you feel that the ancient Egyptians had nothing to do with you, and there was a bunch of people who have genetic affinities with Near Eastern people, people in the Levant, and they don't have nappy, kinky hair, and they're paler, and they're North Africans, you won't be interested in learning a whole nother people's culture in history.
That's false. See, that's very telling. Chief X, what you're doing right now, you're revealing your own retardedness. And by retardedness, I mean your slowness, because you're limiting yourself. What you're saying logically is that if a people do not have woolly hair and you have no genetic affinity with them, therefore you cannot study them. That's what you're saying. And that is very limiting, and that is just backwards. So people who don't do well in school, people who have no aspirations to learn and to broaden their horizons in terms of knowledge and build on a body of knowledge, only those people think like you, Chief X. Because in school, when I went to school, I have no genetic affinity or don't think I'm one of them or whatever with the Greeks. But I studied Greek culture, the Hellas and the whole thing, Greek philosophy, studied that in school. I studied other cultures that I have no connection to. I have absolutely no connection to. And I studied. I studied many other things, world cultures. People study world history and things. We don't have to have genetic affinities or think that we are them in order to study them. If that was the litmus, if that was the standard, nobody would get anywhere in this world. That right there is actually stupid and it's retarded. And that's the mindset of you, Chief X, in what you're saying. You're revealing your own limitations.
In their ancient writings, because it's not you.
So he's doubling down. He's saying that the study of ancient Egypt, its culture and its writings, should not be done because it's not me. I shouldn't study ancient Egypt and its culture or its writing or its language and stuff like that because it's not me. That's what he's saying.
He has to keep you in the fold in the way. Now we're going to get into the psychological mind game he does, okay? So he puts my name in the title, Zombie Topics, correcting Chief X, it says. This is his first video right here. If you can't see good, I'll read this shit to you.
You already read it to me, Chief X. What you mean you read it to? You said Zombie Topics corrected Chief X again. You just read it.
Then 3 weeks ago, he has my name in the title. It says Mother of Egypt, a lesson for Chief X.
Yes, that was a what do you call it? On the house lesson for you, Chief X. And obviously, it didn't mean anything, but other people learned from it.
One other time, I'm not going to scroll through this whole thing to find it. So I think, I might be wrong, it's two, but two for sure. But I think 3 times he's made videos with my name. No, yes, it has been 3 times. He's made videos. And never, ever has Wujaro made a video with anybody's name in the topic except Chief X.
I just proved that false. Y'all hear that? Hold, let me look at the chat. Because I got to make sure you all are paying attention right now. So in the chat, did I or did I not just prove that wrong? Yes or no? Just say yes or no real quick. I know it's a delay, but I got to make sure you all are awake. Make sure y'all are chomping on the popcorn. You got your butter, you got your salt, you got whatever, whatever you snacking on, your pistachios, your Doritos, whatever. Just let me know. Did I refute that claim, yes or no? Just let me know. Cause we're gonna walk through this. We're gonna walk through this because Chief X is lost his mind. He has definitely lost his mind. I could rename him. I got videos correcting Sheikh Anta Diop. Now, peace be upon Sheikh Anta Diop, the great elder and the pioneer. He's not with us, so let's exclude Sheikh Anta Diop. But I have Adrian Jones, Asar M. Ka, who we had a nice dialogue. I did some correcting of things he said. I got 3 videos correcting Zion Lex and his statements, the mistakes that he made. I got a video with if I would have kept scrolling further down, you'll see y'all remember that we were all on the head of Sarah Seti and young Pharaoh. I'm not even going to get into that about the hieroglyphs not being deciphered. And I have a video mentioning Professor Walter Williams. I am correcting Professor Walter Williams. As a matter of fact, not only a video, we did a whole book refuting all of Professor Walter Williams' claims. And I did a video on the channel. So Chief X has lost his mind thinking that he's the only person's name I mentioned and it's out of fear. I fear no one, especially when it comes to information. Let me say it again. I fear no one. Either I know or I don't know. It's things that I don't know, I am silent on. I don't argue anyone on stuff I don't know. That's retarded. If I know, then I know. I don't fear anyone. In fact, so much so that every live stream I do, I post the panel link. Everybody in the chat right now can attest to me doing that. I've been doing that since day one. I post the panel link. Anybody can come on the panel. I don't care who you are. I don't care who you think you are. So in terms of fear, that's completely absent out of my entire online environment. I don't have no fear mentioning names. I don't have no fear calling people's platforms a circus for them to get mad and do a whole video about me. I don't fear none of that. So Chief X has lost his mind. And I'm gonna post the link to the panel after I, get further in this video. And I hope Chief X come on.
Now, let me tell you why you have to understand this. Because Chief X strikes fear in these people's hearts.
Chief X, you are absolutely delusional if you think you strike fear in my heart. I can't speak for others. I'm going to speak for myself. You strike absolutely no fear in my heart. Period. None. The only thing you strike in my heart is joy and laughter sometimes, because I genuinely think that you're funny. Your behavior, your disposition, the way your facial expressions and stuff, you're funny. But fear, no. Laughter, yes. Chief X done lost his mind thinking somebody fear him. That's crazy. And I know he's not talking like fear as in some physical gangster stuff. So I don't want anybody to misconstrue what I'm saying either or instigate. He's talking about fear him intellectually or something like that. But I don't fear him at all. You hear me? Not at all, but at all. At all. Nothing. All right, let's go.
So they have to mind game you away from what Chief X is saying. Now, Wujaro is repeatedly saying, why does it matter if they're black? It doesn't matter if they're black or white. That doesn't matter. Why are we talking about these zombie topics and these topics that are retarded, he says.
Yes, the topics are retarded. All right. Yes, I went over that last night. I defined what I meant by zombie topics, and I defined what the word retarded means in case people did not know what it means. And in gist, it means to slow, to delay, or to halt, or to hinder. And I'm saying these topics again, and I will advocate this until the wheels fall off. These circular old topics are holding us back. It is slowing us down. It is delaying our progress. That is the prime definition of what retarded means. Okay? So yes, they are retarded topics. the skin color of the Egyptians, whether they're black or not, are the Egyptians gay? Is the Egyptians, did the Hebrews really build the pyramids? All those same old topics that have been going on for decades and decades that's been addressed over and over and over and over again. They're simply topics that are distractions. They're retarded. They're slowing us down. Yes, I say that unapologetically, Chief X.
So is Wujaro calling Dr. Ben retarded because he wrote a book called The Black Man of the Nile?
No, Wujao is not calling a person retarded. So Chief X, Comprehension 101, I said that these topics are retarded. It's the topics that slow us down. It's the topics that hinder us. It's the topics that delay us. I'm not calling people retarded. So I'm not calling Dr. Ben retarded. I'm not calling Sheikh Anta Diop retarded. I'm not calling Dr. Theophilo Benga retarded. No, but I will start calling you retarded, Chief X, because I feel that you are actually slow. So that title fits you, Chief X.
Is he calling him retarded? Is he calling the entire Amun-Ra squad retarded? Because when they open up shows, they always said black African power. Are they retarded for that?
So again, let me make myself very, very clear. The entire topic about the racial makeup of the ancient Egyptians and the question of the race of the ancient Egyptians is a retarded topic, no matter who brings it up. So my comment is not directed to a specific person. It's to anybody who brings the topic up because the topic is retarded. It doesn't matter if it's Amun-Ra squad. It doesn't matter if it's the Jane Doe hillbilly squad or the Chief Extra squad or whatever. It doesn't matter. Whoever brings it up. It's a retarded topic, Chief X. You got to comprehend that. All right. And even to be more specific, you're talking about the brother Unk. When the brother Unk opens up his shows and then the Amun-Ra squad shows, you always hear Unk say, I don't know if he still does it, but he'll say black African power. What's good? What's happening? A well-organized lie defeats a disorganized truth each and every time. Ooh wee. That's Unk's signature opening. Everybody and their mother knows that. Now, guess what the brother Wujao has always said about that opening? I always tell Unk directly and everybody else that the way that statement is a profound statement, that a well-organized lie defeats a disorganized truth. And the way that it's said is almost as if it's being proud of, because saying, ooh, we like, yes, like cheering on the well-organized lie, defeating the disorganized truth. So I always, me and the brother Sanjeti actually said this. We say we should reverse that and big up organizing the truth, because it's only by organizing the truth can you defeat well-organized lies. And then about as far as the black African power, I am on record for years saying there is no power in black. So when people say black power or black African power, no matter how they say it, I'm on record saying there is no power in black. Because if you understand the modern social construct and the class system of black and where it sits in the hierarchy of things, you will see that black is on the bottom. That is where the powerless is. Socially, there's no power in that. So don't get it twisted. Chief X don't know what he's talking about. So let me keep on going.
Are all these elders who told us for fucking 40 years that the Egyptians were our ancestors and I am a black man and everybody listen to me is more than likely black? Are they retarded for all them teachings over 40 years saying that the Egyptians were black people and our ancestors?
This is how I know Chief X didn't listen to the show last night, because had he not gone live while I was live and paid attention, he would know that I addressed all of that. And so just to repeat it in gist right now, in summary right now, I said that when it comes to Sheikh Anta Diop and Theophilo Benga, specifically those two, I understand the build up and the reason why they prepared and presented at the UNESCO Cairo Symposium in 1974. They were pushing back on European Egyptology at the time from its inception in the early 1800s up until 1974, where Europeans have intentionally injected racism and denied the actual facts, the material culture and the facts about ancient Egypt to cover and to justify slavery in the early 1800s, and thereafter continued it by tainting the scholarship and the documentation that they wrote. So I perfectly understand Diop's and Obenga's frustration and their efforts to push back and to set the record straight. This is what I said last night. I said, from them, Diop and Obenga kicking it off in a more popular way, because it actually before 1974, but from 1974, the conference is what really set things off and is well documented. From that point, our problem is that we did not correctly take what they've done and continue to set the record straight. Instead, we fell for the okie doke and the banana in the tailpipe, and we got stuck on the racial composition or the makeup of the ancient Egyptians to the point where we don't even know much about the culture. We're so caught up on whether the ancient Egyptians are black or not that we don't even know that much about the culture. Meanwhile, all the other schools of Egyptology, be it the French school of Egyptology, the German school of Egyptology, the British school of Egyptology, or the American by way of the Chicago Oriental Institute school of Egyptology, they're way ahead of anything that we're doing. The biggest dictionary on the Egyptian language is written in German. It's done by the German school of Egyptology. And the next biggest is done in French. A lot of the resources, a lot of the source material, the data and the scholarship is done in all those other schools outside of us. Why? Because we're so stuck on whether or not the Egyptians are black or white. And in fact, mentioning Diop again, myself, the brother Osari Motep, and the brother Sanjeti, we, with the utmost respect, address another thing that Diop has presented forward and Obenga has presented forward at the UNESCO conference on the meaning of the place name Kemet. People say that the name Kemet means the land of black people. We, meaning me, Sanjeti, and Asar, we say that's false, that's incorrect, that's wrong, and here's why. So we're taking away from that. We're saying, no, it does not mean the land of black people. In fact, Kemet, as an adjective, there is an adjective that means black, but the toponym, the place name, is not dealing with the color black. It's dealing with wetness. Wetness is the key. And we explained it. We wrote a book about that. I did a video about that. That's how we get down.
Talk black to me. All of a sudden, when the year 2021 come, everybody's copping pleas and backpedaling, talking about it don't matter. Well, they weren't saying it don't matter when Ashra Kwesi was throwing down my throat for a decade. He was pushing down my throat. These are your ancestors. The ancient Egyptians was black. The powerful Cushites, black African power. When Sarah Sutan Seti, all that nigga that y'all was jocking and on his dick, when he was talking all that black power shit, all that Cushite shit, we black power, black supremacy. No.
Chief X, see, this is where, see, Chief X, what he's doing, what you're doing right here is you're taking your personal frustration and your personal shortcomings out in my name. I don't have anything to do with that. I didn't shove Ashraf Kwesi's doctrine down your throat. I don't follow Ashraf Kwesi. I don't follow Sarasun Seti. I didn't shove Sarasun Seti's doctrine down your throat. I don't agree with none of that. And I'm on record for years saying so. Again, I don't fear nobody when it comes to information. If I see an error, I see a problem, and I can correct it, I do so unapologetically. But I do it respectfully. I don't call nobody out their names. I don't get into the drama, the back and forth. I do it like scholars do. I will put it in writing, or if I make a video, I will break things down. I teach about stuff. That's it. And so everybody that you're mentioning, Chief X, who was shoved down your throat, that you're obviously pissed about, has nothing to do with me. Okay, so Chief X, you just need to be aware of that. I don't have anything to do with that. So if you believe that, and obviously you did, then you're really just mad at yourself. Cause Wujao, me, I don't believe that. So I'm not the one walking around with tattoos on me. I have nothing. I have any tattoos. I don't even wear Egyptian jewelry. Or jewelry, period. I don't even wear jewelry like that. I have a nose ring. And that's it. I don't have no rings, bracelets, necklace, none of that stuff. Yeah. So you mad at yourself.
No one was saying that it was stupid or retarded to worry about this and that. All of a sudden, when Chief X debunks this whole entire conscious community, all of a sudden, it's silly to talk color and race.
That's not true. Listen, what I want anybody to do is come to my Facebook page. My Facebook name is Wujao. On my Facebook page, I strategically and I put thought into it. My post, I hashtag my post. Ever since Facebook started allowing hashtags, I utilized it. I leveraged it. I have a hashtag called MN Wujao, which means from the desk of Wujao. I have another hashtag called Kill the Noise, all one word, Kill the Noise. I have another hashtag, the Seshu, or the Seshu Mani Meta Netcher. I have several different hashtags that you can do a search on, and you can see all the posts over the years that I've made regarding the topic that Chief X is talking about. And where I am explicitly saying that, correcting things and saying that, hey, this is a waste of time and stuff like that. I'm actually even known for doing that. So Chief X has lost his mind when it comes to that as well. Like, I don't fit in this. And so that's why I'm saying I don't get why Chief X is using me to vent. He needs to talk to Ashraf Kwesi, Sarasun Seti, and whoever else he's mad at.
All of a sudden, in 2021, it's silly to talk color and race. Before that, it was never silly.
That's not true. Again, me, Sanjeti, and Asar wrote our book way before 2021, before last year. And like I said, I have posts stretching all the way back to 2010. I got videos about the book. That's 2 years ago. That's 2020, 2019. But I go all the way back to 2010 on Facebook, y'all. So look it up.
It was never silly when Runoko Rashidi, Anthony Browder.
Yes, indeed. The late elder Runoko Rashidi, shout out and utmost respect to that elder. He's passed away now. But Clyde Winters, all these people I've addressed. I've actually gone back and forth with Clyde Winters on several of these issues. So Chief X, again, you are wrong, brother. You are just outright wrong.
Dr. Ben, Sarasun Seti, Mfadishi, Baba Hey.
Oh, and same thing with Mfundishi. Mfundishi with the alien stuff and the twisted flax being the DNA helix and stuff like that. I talk about that. I do posts about that. All of that stuff. Even when it comes to the race issue. So Chief X, again, you do not know what you're talking about when it comes to me. I don't, see, Chief X, you confuse me with other people. You think I'm part of the circus. You think I'm part of the drama and the immature, silly stuff that goes on. No, I'm adamantly against that stuff. And I unapologetically am against it. And I'm known for that. That's why in the rest of this video, I guarantee you can't show no quotes. You can't play no videos that supports anything that you're saying as it pertains to me. Bet your mortgage on that, Chief X. Bet your business on that.
True. Your man, Asar Imhotep, for all these years, it was never silly when they were talking race and color. All of a sudden, it's silly because Chief X is addressing now and checking the bullshit.
Chief X, you're not qualified to check anything except for your gas light, your engine light on your car.
Now, is Wujaru focused on color? Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Is Wujaru focused on color? When Wujaru was making this fucking logo and he was designing the human being that's on his logo right here, when he was coloring it in, what was he focused on?
Let me answer that for you, Chief X. And this is for everybody to learn. In the Egyptian language, the pigment that they used, that the scribes and artisans used to color the adult males, that was a standard canon of artwork, is the color referred to as desheret. Desher is the color that means red. Desheret and all of its shades, which goes into brown. So colloquially, we'll say reddish brown. If you look on the walls of ancient Egypt, look at all of the artwork, the averaged out color, the median color is a reddish brown color that the Egyptians used for themselves. So when I created this logo, I know what I'm talking about. I actually used the cultural pillars, the language, and the artwork to inspire my artwork. That's why the kneeling scribe here in the image is reddish brown. I even have a gradient of a reddish brown to emphasize the reddish brown, going from the brown into the red. So that's why that's done there, Chief X. All right, so just to make sure that that's clear. Now, I can take some time out and pull up many pictures of the various different tombs and walls that will show the range of colors that was used for the same pigment. It all falls under the category, the color category of desher or desheret, which is red. All right. They refer to brown as red. All right. So just so that everybody understands it, I did not use the color gold or any of the colors referring to the yellowish colors used for women, because the scribes or the scribe in my logo or the logo is a male. So I'm not going to use the gold color, but I have used it before when I've done artwork in terms of the female or women. All right. So let's keep it going.
Donnie Williams and Anusha, what was Wujaru focused on when he made his logo and made it a black Egyptian? What was he focused on? He was focused on the color of the man on his logo, a black man. Keep shit fucking real.
Again, this just exposes the ignorance that Chief X has about Egypt's standardized canons, the artwork, the language, the culture, and everything. What he calls keep it real is his own limitations. He thinks that I'm focused on black when everything I'm about. Why would I focus on black? Why would I create this logo while simultaneously being adamantly against using race to describe the Egyptians? That makes absolutely no sense by any stretch of the imagination. I would not be focused on the race of the ancient Egyptians while adamantly advocating against bringing it up. And I'm doing this artwork. The artwork is purely a representation of the inspiration coming from the facts of the ancient Egyptian culture and its artistic practices. That's where the logo comes from. And I dare Chief X try to read the glyphs that's in the that's in the logo. He probably don't even know. He probably don't even know what the logo means. Not probably. Chief X, I know you don't know what it means. And if anybody in the chat later on asks me about it, I'll bring it up and explain it to y'all.
Keep shit real. Wujaro was focused on making his logo look like a black man. If I ask my son and my daughters right now, what is it? What kind of person do you think this is? They're gonna say a black African person. Keep shit real. So Wujaro is focused on color and has always been, in a sense.
All right, so hold up. Let me take a moment. This is light work. So let me just take a moment because this is kind of quick. I'll just do this real quick for you all. I want to show you all my logo up to and next to a few of Egyptian pictures that I just did real quick. I'm gonna show y'all. This is how easy this is. All right, so I'm just gonna show you all this compared right next to a couple of images. And mind you, I'm just doing this on the fly very quickly. And if I had took some time out, then I would really show you all a whole bunch. But this is just real quick, okay? So Chief X, this is light work. So Chief X, this is a blown up copy of the logo that I just stretched and made it real big. And I just selected, now I got gobs of pictures of ancient Egyptian artwork and temple walls and glyphs and stuff like that because I actually could read it. And so I spend free time reading the temple walls and things like that. So I have a lot of pictures to do so, primaries. So I just now reached into my file folders on my computer and just grabbed some pictures that stood out just now so that you can see this right here. So you see my logo. Look at King Seti I right here in the bottom right corner. Look at the reddish brown color. You see that next to the logo? Look at the two gentlemen up here. And I know you all probably can't see my cursor. Let me see. Let me switch over here. Okay, this is Seti I right here. Again, look at the reddish brown. And mind you, these tombs and artifacts are thousands of years old. So they're not as vibrant and rich as they once were. But look at his arm. Look at his arm right here. Look at the color. This is a direct reflection of the word that I told you all, desheret or desher, which means red as a color, red. And all the colors that come out of that were under the same umbrella term, desheret or desher, red. Okay? And so the scribes used this color all throughout the history of Egypt to various degrees now, because they didn't all make one big batch of it and then it lasted for 3,000 years. No, the scribes continued to make it from red ochre and whatnot. So they had different formulas, but it remained primarily the same. But I want you to pay attention. Look at the statue here of the person holding this tablet. Look at the color, reddish brown. Look at the color Seti the first here in the bottom right, the bottom left, and these two gentlemen here. Okay, that's the inspiration of my logo, Chief X. Not the whether they're of the black race and all this other kind of stuff. I adamantly advocate against bringing those topics up. It doesn't matter. I've always said that. All right. So I just want everyone to understand that. So I just want to demonstrate that real quick. That was just something quick on the fly. All right. So let's keep it going. Bring Chief X back in the mix.
Okay? Now, I said these people were Nubians, and they are. Right? But Wujaro wants to say... No, okay, this is what Wujaro... Let me just say this. Let me come back. Let me just get this fucking straight. Okay? Wujaro fears me and the things I'm speaking on all year. Because finances is attached to what I'm talking about. The Hotep hustle is attached to what I'm talking about.
Wait a minute. I don't see. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand. Why would you, Chief X, attach finances? Listen to me very clear, Chief X. You can go through all of the videos on the channel, and you will not find me begging people to subscribe, to do the super chat. Other people are telling me to do it. They remind me, say, hey, Wujao, man, I appreciate what you're doing and stuff like that, man. You do you have super chat? Do you have Cash App? Do you have that? Other people are doing that. I don't beg people to subscribe, to like, to donate, to you don't have my Cash App tag anywhere posted, none of the videos and stuff like that on Facebook, none of that stuff. Unlike you, Chief X, you're begging people to subscribe to your YouTube channel so you can reach 5,000 subscribers and this, that, and the third. I don't do that. I don't even advertise my own classes like I should. I actually should advertise my classes, but I don't. And that's something that I should be doing. But for you to sit here and say that finances are attached to all of this, you are out of your mind. You are more retarded than I thought. And I'm using retarded because I'm saying you're slow. You lack comprehension skills. And I say that out of love though, but you're just retarded, Chief X.
He wants you to take his classes. And he needs you to stay in the boat of their black people.
Listen, anybody can go to my Facebook channel, my Facebook page or whatever, and just look at the last time I advertised my book or any books. Look at the last time I ever advertised classes. Look on the videos anytime I ever asked. So where is he getting this from? Chief X has me mixed up with other people, clearly, or he's just, or Chief X, I'm gonna speak to you in a second person. You got me messed up with other people, confused with other people, or I don't know what you've been smoking before going live on this video.
And cater to you and what you think. I'm watching everybody in his chat talk that shit.
See, that's the problem. You're watching the chat and you're not paying attention to what's being taught. I'm doing favors for you, Chief X, by giving you a lesson about why Nubia is being referred to as the mother of Egypt. I'm giving you lessons about why the race question is a a silly topic. It's like it's not applicable to the ancient Egyptian question. I'm doing you a favor, but you're missing it because you're too caught up on the chat, like you just admitted, too caught up on being messy that you admitted in your other videos, and then whatever else you got going on.
Bunch of stupid motherfuckers. Naive and gullible motherfuckers.
Now he's insulting my chat audience.
I'm watching what y'all will play a mind game, and I'm wise enough to see it. I'm just watching the chat. Look at these stupid motherfuckers. They so gullible and naive.
The only mind games being played on you, Chief X, is that cigar you smoking. All right.
He says, I watched it, and he's still going, but I got the gist of what he's talking about. He said Chief X was wrong. I'm going to tell you one thing I was wrong about, which is petty and wasn't even my point. I said this fake-ass picture. Let me just show it. Where is it? I said this picture right here is photoshopped and fake as fuck. Because I didn't know the source of where it exactly came from.
Chief X, you know nothing. Not only you don't know the source, you ain't bothered to look, but yet you ran your mouth and you said it was photoshopped and fake. That's dangerous, Chief X, for you to open your mouth and be so animated in your stance and be loud and wrong. You're loud and wrong. It just so happens that you can't get around that one or the other ones, but this one you cherry pick and you admit that you were wrong only because you feel that it's a lesser point that you're making. But that was a major point that you were making in your video that I was addressing. You said it over and over and over and over again that picture that Jonathan Owens put up a fake picture. It's Photoshop and fake. It's Photoshop. You said you had to say it about 10 times in your video. Talk about it wasn't my point. If it wasn't your point, why you say it 10 times? But you were wrong about that and everything else. It's just that you're comfortable at taking the L on that one.
And people has been sharing this all over, claiming that this person on the left is an Egyptian, even though he's the same as the third motherfucker.
That's the point. If you were actually reading scholars' work and listening to scholars, as you put it, Chief X, you would know that every single scholar, when they talk about the tomb of Ramesses III, it's peculiar, to use the scholars' words, that the ancient Egyptian scribes and artists, they depicted the ancient Egyptians identical to the Nubians in Ramesses III tomb only. That's the only place in all of Egypt that you'll find that being done. So yes, it's true that the Egyptians and the Nubians in that tomb are identical. You don't know this because you're telling on yourself you don't read scholars' works and you don't listen to the scholars like you pretend that you do. You do exactly what I said you do. You just Google stuff. And then you just click the live button. You get your cigars ready. You hit the live button. And then you just sit back and you entertain us. Like I said, I think you're funny. But that's where it stops.
And this is a Nubian. So a Nubian looks like this, and an Egyptian looks like this, and they look like fucking twins?
Yes, the answer is yes. And I showed that last night. See, Chief X cut off the video. He admitted that I was still live, but he claims he got the gist of the video. But evidently he missed out on the lesson. And I'm going to show y'all again tonight.
And you guys don't have pause and say, wait a minute, that's strange.
So let me do it now. Let me do it now because I don't want this to get too long and boring for y'all. Let me do that now. I'm gonna pause Chief X right here and let me just prove Chief X wrong once again. I already did this last night, but I'm gonna show this to you all right here, right now, again. This is what Chief X is missing. And if Chief X were to listen, I need you all to do me a favor who's watching this video. So whatever timestamp this is right here, make note of it and then I want you to share this with Chief X and anybody who thinks like him, because he's gonna skip over the part. He always skips over the part that he should pay attention to. And so I want y'all to make sure he gets this, okay? And if I see him, or when I post a link, I hope he comes on here. I hope he comes on here, because I will repeat myself. But let me show you all. This is what I shared last night. This is from an old post. This was done in 2018, y'all. 2018. But this particular post is in regards to the word tamahu, because people use the word tamahu or tamhu, and they use it to mean Europeans or white people. That is false and that's wrong. And I know that the brother Jabari, as a specific person, I don't know who else may still do it, but I know a lot of people used to. But I do know for a fact that the brother Jabari still does, and he incorrectly associates Europeans or white people to the term tamhu or tamahu. That is wrong. So make sure somebody respectfully pull Jabari's coattail and let him know that he's wrong. I did videos on this, so pass him the videos and the whole nine. I've done my part. But anyway, in my explaining the word tamahu, I break down where the problem came from in the first place. All right. And so this particular problem comes from Gerald Massey. Ultimately, it comes from Champollion in early 1800s. But what people in the circus community, aka conscious community, they're using Massey and just parroting the misinformation. In Massey's discussion about the Book of Gates, and let me pause and give a quick backdrop of the Book of Gates. The Book of Gates is an Egyptian text. It's an underworld text that is speaking about the journey of the sun in the underworld. And the sun, like the deceased person, has to travel through 12 gates. The 12 gates corresponds to the 12 hours of the night. Okay? They're referred to as gates. They're referred to as hours. They're referred to as caverns, and so on and so forth. There's 12 of them. All right? So the Book of Gates is one such text. All right? Now, in this text, it describes 4 nations of people in the underworld. And those 4 nations of people in the underworld are the ancient Egyptians themselves, the Asiatics, the Nehisiu, which is being translated as Nubians, and then the Libyans. So you got the Egyptians, the Asiatics, the Nubians, and the Libyans. Those are the 4 groups of people that are in the underworld in the Book of Gates. Now, the Book of Gates exists in several tombs. It's attested in several tombs. One tomb is the Seti I. Another one is Ramesses III. Another one is Myrna Ptah. And another one I believe is Ramesses VI. Okay? That's the 4 I know off the top of my head. Now, when they're written in the tomb, they come with figures and illustrations called vignettes. Okay? And so when they discuss the 4 groups of people in the underworld, they draw them as figures. They don't draw one from each group. It's not just 4 figures. It's 16 figures. There's 16 of them. 4 sets of 4. There are 4 figures from each group. So you got 4 Egyptians, 4 Asiatics, 4 Nubians, and 4 Libyans. Every time in that same order. I'm saying them in the order purposely. Remember that order. The Egyptians, the Asiatics, the Nubians, and then the Libyans. The reason why that is because they correspond to the cardinal points of how the Egyptians saw their own civilization and kingdom. Okay? So now I want to show you all. This particular reproduction at the top that you can see at the top here is a reproduced drawing from the tomb of Seti I. So this is not Ramesses III tomb. Remember I said Ramesses III tomb is an anomaly. Okay? Among scholars and any of those of us who actually see all the versions of the Book of Gates. When they show these figures, this is from the tomb of Seti the first. Notice what I said. There's four. So you got 4 Egyptians right here. That's the first 4. You got 4 of the Asiatics. You got 4 of the Nubians, and you got 4 of the Libyans. All right. So if you look at the reproduction of the primary, you see these first 4 are the Egyptians. In between each figure is a set of glyphs. Now, what the scribes did was they broke up the word Remetch in between all 4 figures. So the first figure in front of him, he has the open mouth and a tethering rope. In front of the next figure is the kneeling man. In front of the next figure is the squatted woman. And then in front of the fourth figure are the 3 strokes representing plurality. All right. So all together this is what you see, which is the word Remetch. This is a transliteration, the glyphs themselves, transliteration, the way that Egyptologists pronounce it, Remetch, and who it represents, the Egyptians. That's the first 4 set. So when we talk about this, and when scholars talk about this, we're not going to draw all 4 of them. I mean, all 16 of them. We're going to just draw one from each set and just say who it is, because we could clearly see who it is. So the first set is Remetch. Same thing with the Amu. Okay, this is the Amu. So you have the throw stick in front of the first figure. You have the owl in front of the next figure. You have the quail chick down here in front of the third figure. And then the plural strokes in front of the fourth figure. All together, that's this word right here, Amu, which means the Asiatics. It's referring to the Asiatics, people that are coming from the Middle East onward. Okay, that's who those represent. The next set of 4, you see the name, the Nehi bird, the twisted flax, the folded cloth, quail chick, and then the determinative for plurality. All spelled out here, clear as day. That's the Hesiu, which are referred to as Nubians among scholars. Lastly, you have the tethering rope, Chem. Then you have the Meh, which is the whip. Then you have the quail chick, Chemehu. Those are the Libyans. But my point here is that each of the glyphs or figures have glyphs in between them that spell out who they are. All right? I want y'all to understand that. Now, this is the tomb of Seti the First. Notice the order. The Egyptians are first. The Asiatics are next. The Nubians are third. The Libyans are fourth. Always in that order. Now, here's the actual primary. Here's the actual picture from the tomb itself. So you see Horus right here. Now, it has some damage to it right here. But you see Horus right here, or Heru. Let me go back to the drawing. That's Heru right there. Okay, so that's the same figures, just to let you know where we are in the actual tomb. That's Heru, and then you got 4 figures, 1, 2, 3, and 4. The 4th one has lost its vibrancy of pigment, the paint. You see, it's faded. But those are the 4 figures. Look at the glyphs; they're clear. See the mouth, tethering rope, the kneeling man, squatting woman, and the 3 strokes. That spells out Remetch, which are the Egyptians. Now, what I want you to notice is the next 2 figures are talking about the Amu, but look, we run into the wall. We run into the corner of the wall in the tomb. This is the corner. So the other figures are on this wall. So the scene of the Book of Gates, this particular scene, when you come into this gate, matter of fact, this thing here is guarded by a snake. Y'all can't see the whole picture. Matter of fact, let me pull it down. You see this? That's a snake right there. This right here is a door. This whole red block right here, and its post represents a door or a gate. So when we say the Book of Gates, is literally showing a gate that's guarded by a deity in the form of a snake that you have to pass through to get to the other side of the gate. All right. And so this is the Book of Gates. And so in this particular gate are the 4 groups of people. And so it wraps around the wall. This is coming to the end of the wall, and you got to make a 90-degree turn, and the rest of them are here. So when people draw them, they don't draw them and then draw the wall, and then you got to do too much for that. So what they do, they draw them all the way across like this. That's why they draw them this way. All right, so I just want to show the primary and how it's represented. Let's go to the tomb of Ramesses III. Now, in the tomb of Ramesses III, now remember what I said, that when people draw these 16 figures and they want to talk about them, they don't draw all 16. They draw one from each group. So you'll see 4 figures drawn, and then each figure is represented by who they are. So somebody will draw only one Egyptian figure and then put the word Remetch next to it to represent all 4. Somebody will draw the Asiatic or the Amu and then put the word Amu next to it to represent it, and so on and so on. All right, so y'all got that? So now, when we come to this picture, this is from the tomb of Ramesses III. In the tomb of Ramesses III, there are 16 figures in that tomb. 8 of those figures look identical. Unlike the tomb of Seti I. See, none of these figures are identical outside of their group. So you got 4 identical representing one group, 4 identical representing the second group, 4 and 4, right? Well, in the tomb of Ramesses III, this group of 4, although you're seeing 1, there's 4 of these that represent the Nehesiu, which are the Nubians. But for the Egyptians in the same order, that first group of 4, guess what? They're identical to them in the tomb. And the word Remetch is next to them, but it's spelled out in between each of the 4 figures. So I hope y'all are following me. And if you're not, I'm going to help you out because I'm going to show you the actual pictures from the tomb. So here's a picture that Chief X did not show his audience. Or Chief X, I'm talking directly to you. Chief X, this is what you don't have on that Theban mapping website. Why? Because you don't do this. You're out of your lane and you're out of your league. You need to stay in your lane. Stay in your lane, smoking cigars and selling moringa, and you know, I'm all for you, and I support your hemp and cannabis and CBD business and stuff like that. You know, I tip my hat to you for all that kind of stuff. But stay there. Leave the Egyptian stuff alone. All right, because this particular picture is a picture that you did not show. Why? Because it was not on that website that you shallowly researched and stopped at. The website that you went to showed the other set of 4, which are on this wall. Now, I want y'all to notice something. The Egyptians are first. If you go this way, same wording. See the R telling rope? That represents the kneeling man, the squatting woman, and the 3 strokes. What does that spell? Remetch. These are the Egyptians in Ramesses III tomb. The Nubians are further down the wall. Now notice that you're reaching a corner again right here. This is a corner. So the figures are bending around the corner. That figure right there is an Amu person, is an Asiatic. That's the first of 4 of the Asiatics right here where my cursor is. My arrow is pointing to that figure, but it's on the other wall. And if we were to keep going around the wall, you're going to see all 4 Asiatics. Then you're going to bump into another set that look like this. These 4 right here. But it's not going to have Remetch in between them. It's going to have Nehisu in between them. That's what Chief X doesn't understand. But I'm going to show y'all. And Chief X, I hope you're watching because you're going to learn something. And I said this last night. Told you don't make this mistake. So here's a step back. But I want y'all to know, I'm going to orientate y'all in this tomb. So we're in the tomb of Ramesses III, right? We're looking at this wall right here. This wall has 4 sets of these figures that y'all see. You see the word Remetch in between all 4 figures. Then we run into the corner. And the first figure after the corner is an Amu person or Asiatic. See this figure right here? Now I'm going to switch to the other picture, and I want y'all to know where the same things are. Bam. Let me turn my arrow this way. See along this wall, one figure is out of the shot. It's cropped out. But you see three. 1, 2, 3. Those are the Remetch that we were just looking at. Then the corner. See the corner right here? That's the corner of the wall. Then you have the first figure that we see. This figure I'm pointing to right now is this figure right here. After the corner, right here. Y'all see that? You count them. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Those 4 represent the Amu. You see the throw stick, you see the owl, you see the quail chick, and you see the plural strokes right there. I'm pointing out the glyphs to y'all. The spells Amu. These are the Asiatics, all 4 of them, the Asiatics. These are the Remetch over here. These are the Asiatics. Remember I told you the order. But look who we have next. Bam! 1, 2, 3, and 4. This one you can't see because of this this thing inside the tomb, this glass. They got a glass protection. This is the frame of that glass protector. So it's blocking the 4 figures. So you see 1, 2, 3, 4. But guess what? Those 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 are identical to 1, 2, 3, 4 over here. These are the Egyptians and these are the Nubians. And they look identical in this tomb. This is the only tomb that does that. All scholars know that. Open up any book about Ramesses III tomb and they will tell you this in every book. And I'm going to go to Amazon. I'm going to show y'all what books to get that will explain this. Chief X, this is a freebie for you again. Look at what it's spelled. The neh bird, the twisted flax right here, the folded cloth right there. You have the it's hard to see, make out because of the crack right there. But then you have the plural strokes. And this is damaged over here, but you can see it spelled Nehisiu here. All 4 of these figures. That's what Chief X refuses to understand. Chief X, I'm going to talk to you directly. Stay out of your lane. You do not do this. This is why you had no interest to even look up other pictures from the tomb. You were satisfied with Pinterest and the Theban mapping website and all that kind of stuff that shows the same picture. You don't know what you're talking about. And it's clear that you don't do this. I do. All right. And so let's go on to another picture. Let's move further in the tomb. Here's another picture of the tomb. This is okay. I want to show you. So along this wall, you see this glass. This is glass right here, and you see the tan frame of the glass. So they have glass to prevent people from touching the walls. Okay. So it's glass right here, and then it's glass right here. You see the frame. And then to our right here, protecting this wall, is glass. And then there's a column. There's a column that's holding the ceiling up right here. Now, the photographer that took this picture went on the other side of this column, so he moves over to the right, and then he snaps another shot. And that's what this shot represents. So this shot right here, here's that column that he had to go around, and now he's taking the same wall, but now you can see 3 of the Amu. One figure is being blocked by the frame, this glass frame, but you see 3 of the Amu. 1, 2, 3. Now you see the Nehisiu. 1, 2, 3, and 4. You see all 4 of them now. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the Nehisiu. This is what Chief X does not do. And has no passion to do, enough passion to even want to do it. So Chief X, stay in your lane. Focus on your business and letting it grow. I support you. I salute you on entrepreneurship and the whole 9. But when it comes to ancient Egypt, you're out of your lane. I have no respect for you whatsoever when it comes to that. All right. So again, that's what. And to read the glyphs to you, see, This is the matter of fact. Let me blow this up for y'all. I'm gonna blow it up. Let me blow it up. I feel the need to blow it up to emphasize this. Let me blow it up. Look at the quality of this picture where I can blow it up. Look at this. So let me point out, where's my arrow? I lost my arrow, but y'all can see my cursor. So here are the 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's look at the glyphs. You see this right here? This is the neh bird. This is the twisted flax. This is the folded cloth. There's a little bit of damage there, but just folded cloth, you can make it out. Then we have another figure, and the glyph is blocked by this framing. But then you have the last figure and then the plural strokes, the 3 strokes representing plurality for this particular word. All right, that spells Nehisiu. Those are Nubians. They translate those are Nubians. But there's a whole other set of 4 identical on the left wall that I left. All right, let's go into another picture. Hold up, let me go back. All right, so I'm going back. So now here's another shot of the end of the line. These are the Libyans. These are 3 figures. You can see part of the third one right there. You can see he's cut off a bit, but you can see the 1, 2, and 3. These are the Libyans. These are the last set. And you see the meh glyph. The tethering rope will be in front of the first figure that's out of the frame, out of this crop picture. So we see the meh and then hu, the quail chick. So mehu, but it's chemehu, which are the Libyans. So that's the 1, 2, 3 of them. That's the end of the road. All right. Same tomb. This is Ramesses III tomb. Okay. Here's another shot where you can see the so-called Nubians, the Nehisiu, right here. You see that? That's another picture. And so this is the column I was talking about. So you see these columns that the photographer has to dodge and get around. All right. And also they have it gated off to where you can't even walk over there. So that's why you don't find many pictures of this tomb on the internet, is because 1, they don't allow people in this particular tomb. They don't allow people to take pictures except for rare occasions. And then 3, they have it guarded off and you see this barrier right here that you can't walk over there and so on and so forth. And then the columns are in the way. You can't really take good pictures of a wide, good shot. Okay. And then lastly, this is pointing to this wall right here is the wall that the ancient Egyptians are on. And then it goes out. But you see the Nubians are right here where my arrow is. But on this wall right here, if we were to like turn to the right, we would see them. But anyway, this is the tomb of Ramesses III. And that should be enough for y'all. So I just want to take time out to show you all what Chief X fails to do in his rant and his, and all that good stuff. So anyway, let's get back to Chief X video.
You let Wujaro just run this game on you? And no one said, that's strange. Why do they look like twins if one is Nubian and one is Egyptian? See, this is the picture. Now, it wasn't Photoshop per se. It's a recreation. Okay? What? I mean, it's a recreation. Some peckerwood took some drew some images that he seen on the wall and wrote a book.
But again, what I just shared with you all was pictures of the actual tomb, bypassing all of what Chief X just ranted on about. This is the night and dayness of people who do this type of stuff versus people who don't do this type of stuff, who are satisfied in their ignorance and their retardation, such as you, Chief X. Okay? I want to make that clear. The Chief X, you're out of your lane. You're slow in comprehending. And in this topic, I have absolutely no respect for you when it comes to stuff like this. You're funny. You're cool. And again, I support your entrepreneurship and I definitely wish you well on your business ventures. I hope it grows. And I actually hope that you take up studying series too. But for right now, nah, man, stay in your lane.
And he said the one on the left is the Remetch. B is an Indo-European. C is other blacks in Africa. Now that sounds strange in itself. Who would say other blacks? I mean, this is not no motherfucking scholarship. No one says, that's A, B, C. Well, C is other blacks. Who the fuck says that?
Let's find out, Chief X. Let's find out who you're talking about and who says that. Let's do that. So let me share my screen again. Let's find out. Like I told you all, this stuff is light work. I'm just having fun this Friday night, and I appreciate you all taking time out to hang out with me for a bit. This is what Chief X is referring to and who Chief X is referring to. This is who he's referring to. This is from the book Civilization or Barbarism by the late and great Cheikh Anta Diop. Page 66, as you see here. Diop, or Diop, he reproduces or takes shows the photo from Carl Lepsius' work. This photo right here is a black and white version of this right here. This is the actual page from Carl Lepsius' book. I took this from Carl Lepsius' book, and yes, I have Carl Lepsius' book. This is from his page, and as you can see, this is color in Carl Lepsius' work, but Diop, put the same picture in his book, but obviously it's in black and white. So the label A, B, C, and D is Diop. Diop is calling A, the Egyptian, the Remetch, as seen by himself. B, Diop incorrectly labels Indo-European, but it's really the Asiatics. And I did a whole video on this, respectfully pointing this out. Okay? By the way, by permission from Diop, even though Diop is passed away, Diop gave us permission to correct his work. In fact, Diop made a statement and said it bothers him while he was alive that people don't do it. And I can show you all that quote later on. But in the spirit of Diop's, we corrected this issue. This is the Amu, which is translated as the Asiatics. And he has it in quotes, the Indo-European, because, as far as the language family, Asia and all that kind of stuff. But it's the Asiatics, the Amu. C, the other blacks, is the Nehisiu. So it's Diop that says the other blacks. So Chief X is like, that's not scholarship. Who would say the other blacks? That don't even sound like scholarship. When Europeans call the Nehisiu Negroes, what the Chief X gonna say about that? Who says Negroes? Who says Negroes? Wujaru? Who says Negroes? That's not scholarship. But it's the Europeans that say Negroes. And then you got D, Semite. And so Diop was wrong. This is the Libyans. The Chimehu are Libyans. So he has that wrong. The Semites is commonly referred to as the Amu, coming from the Semitic territories. So Chief X, this is Wujaru correcting you again. All right, let's get back to Chief X. Let's get back to his rant.
And D is the Semite. Then he gets petty because I call one of them a Hyksos. Basically, they're Asiatic. A Hyksos is a fucking Asiatic.
Chief X, you're out of your lane and you're out of your league. You're like so far out of your lane that like you don't even need to drive. Hyksos or Hekakasut originally were the quote-unquote Nubians. Did you know that, Chief X? No, apparently you do not know that. I know for a fact you did not know that because of what just came out of your mouth. The original Hyksos or Hekakasut was a term used to designate the people south of Egypt. Then later on, the term picked up and became prolific in referring to the Amu coming from the Middle East area, the Levant area coming in to Egypt. That's later. I know Chief X don't know that because of what just came out of his mouth. But I corrected Chief X on Hyksos. He said Hyksos. None of those figures are Hyksos. He doesn't read the glyphs, so he would not know that. He's just seeing pictures and just calling anybody anything. That's not scholarship. And like I said, I don't think Chief X is even attempting to do scholarship. But let's keep going.
Whether he's a Hyksos or not, I'm saying he's an Asiatic. Now, this is let me change my wording, not Photoshop. It's a recreation some Peckerwood drew from the shit he's seen on the wall. If that's all you got, is I'm wrong that it wasn't like a Photoshop, but it's a recreation, that's petty.
That's not all I got, Chief X. Your entire rant is wrong. Oh, boy, Chief X I get it. I understand it, man. I understand.
It's silly. This is how silly Wujaro is. And how silly he got you guys looking. So, the reason why they say this is an Egyptian on the left, which it isn't, it's a fucking Nubian, and Wujaro and all them people know it.
I just showed y'all. And the funny thing, though, Chief X, the funny thing is you left the class too early. You're like that student that's sitting in class and then you raise your hand to go to the bathroom when the teacher about to drop a bomb and you leave and you miss out and you come back and think you got it figured out. That's what you did. You left the live stream too early, Chief X, because last night I broke down exactly what I just broke down just now. I showed the primary pictures from the tomb itself. I showed all 16 figures. Some were a little bit obstructed by the the glass frame, but you can see all 16 figures, Chief X, and you can clearly see that the first set is always the ancient Egyptians. In every single rendition of the Book of Gates, the Egyptians are first. They're always next to the shepherd of Ra's cattle, Heru, the deity or god Horus. If you can read the glyphs, you can actually read the story right above them in the glyphs that's telling you what's going on. As a matter of fact, hold up. Chief X is about to, Chief X. That I already know Chief X is stuck. So I'm gonna do this for you all watching now. So let me go back to, I hope this is clear enough. Let me see if I have, because I don't want to take too much time, but I want to see if I have an image of all of the glyphs to show you where these people are mentioned. Give me 1 second. Hope it doesn't take a long time. Okay. Let me put this picture back up. So all of you in the chat, like I said, while I'm doing this, I can't pay attention to the chat. So shout out to everybody in the chat. I really appreciate you all tuning in and riding this out with me. But what I want to do is I want to show you all something. Now, let me get my cursor over here. Give me a trusty arrow. What I want to show you now. This is a bonus. Okay, I showed you the 4 sets of 4. This is from the tomb of Seti the First, because I don't want to get y'all confused. This is not Ramesses III, but it's the exact same story in the tomb of Ramesses III. The figures are for the first set are different. Okay, the way they look, but it's the same story. It's the same text, the Book of Gates. Okay, now I'm showing this because this is a picture I have of the glyphs. Now, those of us that actually read the glyphs and have a passion for this stuff, we allow the Egyptians to speak for themselves. We don't just make up any willy-nilly stuff and then go live and rant about it, pretend like we know what we're talking about. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you where you see the name of each 4 sets in the glyphs above them. Now, not only do you see it in the glyphs in between them, which are labeling glyphs, they're called labeling glyphs. So these 4 sets are labeled who they are in between each other, but even within the text itself. Now, the glyphs are facing to the right. The glyphs are facing this way. And so beginners will know to read into the glyphs, but also teachers should inform beginners and people in more advanced that there's a phenomenon called columnar retrograde text. And so although you always read into the glyphs within a column, the column order itself may be reversed. So we actually start reading this text from the left. But you're going to always read into the glyphs this way, but you're going to go down the column. So this is column 1, this is column 2, 3, and so on. But you're going to read within the column from right to left because the glyphs are facing to the right. All right, so this is where you start at. But I'm going to just fast forward and show you the Remetch in the glyphs. Okay, so let's see if we could point this out real quick. And I would blow it up, but it's going to get blurry. And so we're going to point out the Remetch. Here's the Remetch right here. This is the term, Remetch right here. See where my cursor is and the arrow's pointing to? That's the word Remetch. So that's the first set. The next set I said is the Amu, right? So let us find the Amu being mentioned. And we are going to get it. There is her. And it's probably blocked. Okay, nope. They're over here. All right, so the Amu is here. So the Remetch, and then you have the... I just now lost it. Oh, here we are. But I'm going to get to these Nubians here. The Nubians over here, this is the word for Nubians. Nahesi. You see this? Right here. It actually says Nahes im Remetch, Renchin, or Chinu, which means Nahes in their name. In their name, Nahes, because it's reading from this direction going this way. In their name, Nahes. And then lastly, you're going to see the last group, which are the Chemehu. And the Chemehu are, let's see if we find the Chemehu. That's the Nahesiu. So you have the Nihbert, the Twisted Flax, Folded Cloth, and then you have the Kneeling Man and the Quail Chick, the stroke for plurality. Nahesiu. That's the Nubians. Then you have the Chemehu. And the Chemehu are right here. You have the tethering rope, the owl, the Quail Chick, but it reads for the Twisted Flax, then the Quail Chick, then the Kneeling Man, then the plural strokes, the Chemehu. So not only do we have all 4 of their names in between the figures, but we have the names within the text itself. And it's no different than right here. So this right here, this picture right here, it shows the Remetch. And then you have the corner that you see here. But Wujau, Can you do the same thing that you just did from the tomb of Seti I in that first picture? Wujaru, you're cheating. Let me say it like Chief X would say it. Wujaru, you playing mind games. You playing mind games on the people. I bet you can't do it in the tomb of Ramesses III. We're not talking about Seti I. That's all mind games. Wujaru. All right. So let me show y'all in the tomb of Ramesses III. Not only do we have the Remetch written in between the figures, but guess what, y'all? We have Remetch right here. See the R? Look, I'm going to point it out to you. See the R? I mean, the open mouth. Excuse me. The open mouth. Open mouth. You see the tethering rope? Tethering rope. You see the kneeling man right here? Kneeling man. You see the squatting woman? Squatting woman. You see the plural strokes right here? You see the plural strokes right there. This right here, ladies and gentlemen, is the word Remetch. Right above the Remetch. Chief X is out of his mind. And his lane. And his league. Clear as day. The Remetch. In the text. The Remetch. All right? Let it be known and let it be remembered always. All right? All right, so let's get back to Chief X. I just want to emphasize that because Chief X has absolutely no idea what he's talking about. So Chief X, let me talk to you in the second person now. Chief X, you, my friend. Shout out to you. I think you're funny. And I think, you got something going on with your business, stuff like that. I like to see people grow and prosper. But listen, Chief X, from me to you, leave Egypt alone. Don't argue with people over Egypt because you make all of us look bad. Because you gain your followers, you beg for subscribers, you got them. You got people watching you. You get a nice crowd or audience when you go live. You achieved all of that, but you're making people who really do this look bad. Because people who don't know any better are going to listen to you and think you know what you're talking about. And you don't. I will bet your mortgage on it, Chief X. Your car, your mortgage, and your business. Put them up. You don't know what you're talking about. All right. Anyway, let's get back to this. So, just for emphasis' sake, let me do this. Cause I know Chief X is gonna watch this. Let me do this. Put this red. So here we go. You see that? That's the Remetch right there, and this is the Remetch in between them. And if I were to show, and let's see if I can blow this up. Let's see if I can blow this up. Let's see if I can do the same here. Let's see. Wujao, can you do it here? Can you do it here? Let's find the Hisi. We see it in between them, but I want to get it if it's big enough where I can get it's showing them above them. And I don't think that this is clear enough. So I don't want to do that to y'all. Yeah, I don't want to do that to y'all and bore you to death trying to find it here. Where we at? And I know it's there. I actually see it, but I won't be able to blow it up enough to see where you all can make sense out of it. All right. But that would have been something too. And plus this right here is blocking. Oh, let me see this other picture. I might have a better shot here. Okay. Might be onto something. We may be onto something. Let's see. Man. Okay, See, this right here is blocking is blocking. I would need to get right here, like right in here, would be the name. Yeah, so it's a no go. Let me make sure. Let me make sure. I may have spoke too soon. Okay, nope, that's too far in front. So yeah, I don't have a clear shot to show y'all. My apologies for on this one. All right, because I was gonna show y'all a real good one, but anyway, for the Remetch, it's clear. Y'all should be able to see it. Okay, so we got the blue. I'll change this to the green so it sticks out. Blue and green, maybe purple. There you go. All right, so let's move on. At this point, I'm just having fun, y'all.
Because they said the glyphs say Remetch.
They do, Chief X.
RMT. Listen to me, family, real quick. Wait, am I sharing? Hold on.
You're not sharing, Chief X.
Sit here talking.
Yep, you talking nonsense.
Wasn't even sharing my screen. These niggas got me hot. Okay, I don't even know if this is up there, but they were saying A is the Egyptian, B is the Indo-European, C is the blacks in Africa, other blacks in Africa, and D is a Semite. Who would say other blacks in Africa? That's stupid. So whoever wrote this up wasn't really being that scholarly.
So that's proof that he don't know who wrote that. That's from Diop. I showed you all Diop's book. I showed you all the actual Diop text. It's Civilization or Barbarism, page 66 from Diop's work. All right, so Chief X don't know that. Why? Because Chief X don't study this stuff.
But Afrocentrics just fucking, this was a magnet to them. Because some white man said this was the Remetch. And Afrocentrics feel that Remetch means Egyptians.
Wait a minute. Afrocentrics don't feel that Remetch means Egyptians. The European peckerwood that he calls them, or whatever, they're the ones that say Remetch is Egyptians. Every single dictionary says so. Every single dictionary. Oh, wait a minute. Let me just show y'all that. Boy, I tell you, man, Chief X, boy, you are. Now, for those of you who are just joining me, number one, I can't see the chat right now, but I really appreciate y'all hanging out with me right now. But if you join late, what I'm doing is you all are getting the real time responses from me on Chief X video. I've never watched this video, Chief X. He did it last night while I was live, so I couldn't watch it. And so this is my first time watching it live with y'all, So everything I'm saying is in real time. Okay, so I don't know what he's gonna say after I pause it or anything. Okay, so just so you know what I'm doing. And so right now, what I want to do is I want to quickly, as quick as I can, I'm going to pull up an Egyptian dictionary, and we are going to find the word Remetch, and we're going to see what white people say it means. Because he said Afrocentrics think it means Egyptians. Boy, Chief X is just sad. Truly sad. Truly, truly, truly sad. Okay. Here we go. Let me see if I can share my screen fast as possible. There's multiple. All right. Matter of fact, let me just go with the first one. Because when we look up Egypt, the word Remetch, it's going to come with several different entries. But I'm gonna share with you all. I'm gonna show you this. So let's go. If I can share my screen over here. Give me a minute. I apologize for this slight delay. Okay, stop sharing that and share this. Share my window, and we're gonna go with the dictionary. All right, so here you go. I want y'all to see this. And I know y'all can't see it. Let me just see if I can blow this up for y'all. So pardon me. Once again, let me make this big. Big. All right, there we go. Now we getting somewhere. I want y'all to see it real big. Okay, y'all see that? Okay. So, this is the Mark Vigus dictionary. I can do this with any dictionary, by the way, but this is the fact, this is what I can grab my hands on, access to right here, right now, real fast. Cause I don't want to bore y'all with a lot of empty space. Okay, so this is the word Remetch. It means mankind, Egyptians, and people. The Egyptians refer themselves as the people. Second, another entry: people, mankind, humanity, collective noun. Let's go to some more. Now you're gonna see some other words. Remetch Saul, which is a captive prisoner, is part of a compound word. Remetch, which means tears, which, by the way, as a side note, this is a bonus. There's a play on the word that the Egyptians did. The word remi is a verb that means to cry or to tear up. The noun of that is remetch, which is the tears, that which comes from the eyes. And it's part of their cosmogonical story of how humanity came into existence by the tears of Ra. So the Egyptians are saying figuratively that they come from the tears of Ra, when the god Ra cried from losing one of his eyes. Okay, and his eyes were wandering around, didn't come back to him. And so there's a whole story about that. It's in the book of Knowing the Transformation of Ra and Overthrowing of Apep, to be exact. Check that book out and you'll see why the Egyptians named themselves after the tears of Ra. But the word itself means people. All right, so there's a play on words there. All right, that's a little bonus. That's a FYI. All right, let's keep going. See, remetch, to cry. See the verb cry. And you see the I right there? Let's keep going. Remetch, tears. Remi, to creep. To cry, weep, beweep, complain. Okay? There you go. Let's keep going. Where we have some more. See, these are all the form of the word remu and stuff for crying and tears and so on and so forth. But let's keep going through here. Here it is again. Remetch, man, men, mankind, Egyptians, people. You see that? Remit, tears. Remu, tears. You see the connection the Egyptians made with the similar sounding words through a phenomenon that people call punning, in some cases, or paronymy. All right. Let's keep going. Look at this one. Remetch, man, men, mankind, Egyptians. Any more? Oh, here's another one. Man, men, mankind, Egyptians. Look at this. Remetch, man, men, mankind, Egyptians, people. Remetchet, men, mankind, people. And so on and so on. I'm just scrolling down just to see. So these are compound words. These are phrases and things like that. So I'm going to skip all of that. But that should be enough. I don't want to bore you all on all these details. But my point for showing this is to show that Chief X is out of his mind, number one. Two, he doesn't do this kind of work, so he doesn't know what he's talking about. So he thinks that it's Afrocentrics that just came out the clear blue sky and just made the word Remetch mean Egyptians. Okay, and that's just crazy. But let's keep going.
Therefore, this, what looks like a black person, is an Egyptian. Because they think Remetch means Egyptian.
He said they think. I just showed you all a dictionary, and I can do this all day long. I'm just sparing you all, the boredom of doing that. But one is enough.
Well, let's see what Remetch fucking means.
Okay, let's go, Chief X.
This ain't no Pinterest. This is a site by experts, the Tomb of Ramses in the Valley of the Kings. Okay, so let me just get to what Jarl said. Here we go.
Of Ramesses III. So now here is the reproduction that Chief X was talking about, that he said it was Photoshop and a fake.
Okay, he says a reproduction. I said a Photoshop and a fake. It's fake to me. This is fake. It's some food and copied some shit and did a recreation and got shit wrong, and then Afrocentrics read it wrong.
Chief X is bat stoop crazy because all scholars reproduce in the form of either a reproduced facsimile or some other reproduction of the wall. Nobody's going to carry an entire temple wall in their living room. This is the craziest stuff that you can hear. This is entertaining. Woo, boy, I tell you, boy, Chief X is off the chain. Chief X, you off the chain, there.
This is not Photoshop and it's not fake. This is just how scholars documented the figures. So instead of writing or drawing all 16 figures.
Now notice I said all 16 figures. You see how Chief X not paying attention? He ain't even pick up on the fact that I said 16 figures. Anybody who has an ounce of critical thinking skills will be like, wait a minute. 16 figures? What you mean 16 figures? It's only 4 here. And then they would probe and they would investigate that. But not Chief X. Not you, Chief X. It's not in you.
What they did was they because all 16 figures are identical. If you look at here, all 4 are identical. These 4 are.
Now, them 2 Nubians I was showing is not on here.
No, duh. This is the tomb of Seti the First. And I clearly say that.
So as you see, it says Remetch Egyptian. The Asiatic, the Nubian, the Libyan. But that's not none of these cats right here. This is the photo I'm talking about.
And I covered that, Chief X. You cut the wisdom short. I covered that. I specifically went to the tomb of Seti I to establish the order of the 16 figures and who they were. It's the same text, the Book of Gates. Only in the tomb of Ramesses III, out of the entire country of Egypt, this is the only place that the ancient Egyptians represented themselves in the likeness of the third group, which were the Nehisiu. And scholars talk about that anomaly all the time. They even have theories of why it even occurred, Chief X. And what's even crazy though, y'all, I want to show y'all something. This should make y'all laugh. All right, if y'all don't laugh, then man, I'm gonna be mad at y'all. Take a really good look at Chief X's picture. Okay, and I wish I could move my cursor around, but this is what I want y'all to do. Look at those 2 figures. Okay, look at them very good. Look in between the 2 figures. Okay, look in between the 2 figures. What do you see? You see a squatting woman. Okay, there's a squatting figure there. All right. Now look at to the right of the second figure. You see 2 of the 3 plural strokes. The third stroke is cropped out of the picture. Okay. Now look where Chief X cursor is, where you see that magnifying glass with the plus sign in the middle of it. Right next to it is the squatting woman. It's a figure that's squatting down, that's seated down on her butt. Okay, pay attention to this now. I'm going somewhere with this. Now, what I want you to do is look at the woman squatting, the seated woman in the middle, and look straight up. Go, take your eyes straight up. You're going to see a line, a column line right above her, right smack dab in the middle of those two figures at the top. Now, I want you to look to the left of that vertical line. In that column, pay attention to the glyphs. At the very bottom, you see what? 3 strokes. To the right of that vertical line, you see another glyph. We refer to that as the door bolt. And like I said, I wish I could turn my cursor on to show you. You see the door bolt to the right of that column line, vertical line. You see 3 strokes to the left of it. Above those 3 strokes, you see a kneeling man on the right, only in part. And then you see a squatting woman to the left of it. And I know y'all can't see it, and I wish that I can show you. Let me see if I can back it up and see if Chief X shows it bigger. Hold up. Let me play this part
Photoshop,
again.
and it's not fake. This is just how scholars documented the figures. So instead of writing or drawing all 16 figures, what they did was they because all 16 figures are identical. If you look at here, all 4 are identical. These 4 are...
Now, them 2 Nubians I was showing is not on here.
Right.
So as you see, it says Remetch Egyptian.
It's a different tomb, Chief X.
The Asiatic.
But I want to see if Chief X shows the picture big. So I'm going to show y'all something.
But that's not none of these cats right here. This is the photo I'm talking about.
Pause. That's the photo he's talking about, y'all, right? Check this out, y'all. Chief X, I'm giving you this freebie for you, okay? I'm gonna share my screen again. This is from the tomb of Ramesses III. Let me get my cursor over here. This is from the tomb of Ramesses III. Check this out, y'all. This is the same picture Chief X is showing. He don't even know it, that he's showing the Remetch and not the Nubians. That's the squatting woman that he's showing. That's the 3 strokes that he's showing. And right here, right, I said above her, you see this vertical line to divide the columns. Those same 3 strokes. That's the door bolt. I said, look above. That's the same word I said, Remetch. Boy, Chief X is out of his league. He's actually showing a picture of the Remetch, calling them Nubians. He's showing the same picture, but he don't have it like I have it, which is a bigger, the picture of all 4 of them. This is the squatting woman that he's showing. Oh, let's go back. Look at the squatting woman. And I want y'all to see this curve right here. It looks like a beard. So it looks like a beard right here. I want y'all to understand this squatting, and it may very well be a squatting deity, a seated deity with the beard. But look at this little hook right here in front, right? I want y'all to pay attention to detail. Look at the damage. Look at this tan damage right here. Look at the woman or a seated deity, but this seated figure. Let's just call it a seated figure. I want y'all to pay attention to that detail. Let's go back to Chief X screen. Look at Chief X screen. See the same thing. See the seated figure and the curve look like a beard? Chief X is out of his mind. He has lost his mind. He's showing the Egyptians at the whole time. Look at Chief X's face. Look at his face in this thing right here, boy. I tell you, man, this is for this man. This is a good man. This is Chief X made my Friday night. Look above him. All right, let's go back to mine. Look. So hold up. Let me do something. Let me do something. I'm gonna do y'all another. I'm gonna do y'all a favor. I'm gonna do everybody a favor. Let me duplicate this. Let me move this out the way. Let me move my arrows out the way. I'm gonna crop this the same way that Chief X got it in his photo. So I'm gonna make it easy for y'all to recognize how Chief X got it. So we're gonna crop it. We're gonna crop it just like how he got it in his photo. We're gonna do the same thing. He got it about right there, and then on the right hand side, he only shows 2 of the strokes, and then on this side, let's see, let's make sure I can get it. And he's oops, I don't want to do that. Where we at? Okay, I got it. Man, this made me move it. Right there, okay. And let's do it again. All right, so here we go. We're going to crop it in. He is about right there to the back of this person. That's what Chief X had. You see the bird a little bit right there. All right, we're going to stop it right about there. That's what Chief X is showing. Let me make this big. That's what Chief X is showing. That's the same. Y'all watch me in real time crop this picture. That's what Chief X is showing. The same daggone picture. Let's go to Chief X picture. That's Chief X picture. Obviously mine is brighter. That's his picture. You see the Akbird? Wait, I want y'all to pay attention to this Akbird. Because it says Aket. Right here. See that? See that bird right there? I want y'all to look at that bird in this corner. See that bird in that corner? Let's go back to Chief X. Look at that. See that bird in this corner? Chief X is done. Man, I swear to goodness, man. Chief X is my man, man. I don't have no respect for him on academic stuff, but Chief X, man, much props to you on the on the jokes, man. You are funny as all outdoors, boy. And look at your face in this still shot. All right, let's keep going. Let's pretend that Chief X. Oh my gosh, should I go? Listen, all right, let me look at the chat. I don't even know what y'all probably think I'm crazy. Look at the chat. I want y'all to tell me in this chat, y'all, should I go on? Listen, type yes if you want me to continue. If you've had enough, or if you think that this is enough to get my points across, because I don't know what else Chief X is talking about. So I would like to continue, but it's up to y'all. Say yes, type yes if y'all want me to continue. Because, man, good gracious, boy. I'm telling you. Chief X probably watching right now, having a fit. He probably breaking the blood vessel right now. He gonna pop some blood vessels. Oh my goodness. Sadiq A says use this image for this video. Yeah, I'm probably use this thumbnail with his face looking like that too. All right, so I'm gonna continue. I see a lot of people say yes. All right, that's all I need to know. Okay, so yeah, I really appreciate you all tuned in, and mind you, while I'm showing this, I can't see the chat, so no disrespect intended. I can't see y'all while I'm showing this, so I'm gonna go back to this. All right, so here we go. But y'all get it. Y'all get it. Chief X does not even know that his very own picture daggers his entire argument. His entire video is daggered by his own picture. Let me show y'all my picture again. Look at that. Look at the detail. See the blue, this little stroke right here along the thing. See how the I forgot what they even call this. It's draped over. You see the blue, the parallel strokes. You see the waviness right here. You see the hair and everything. This is the Remetch, y'all. This is Tomb. All right, so let me uncrop it because I want y'all to see the whole thing. I want y'all to see the whole thing. And put it back in frame. All right, this is the whole picture, y'all. Cause I don't want y'all. I don't want to be accused of cheating or anything like that. This is the whole picture. All 4 figures. It clearly spells Remetch. The R, the mouth represents the R. The tethering rope represents a capital T. The M, just as an FYI, the M for the owl is often omitted when they write the word Remetch. Normally it'd be an owl there. But I pointed out to y'all, look, the R here, or the mouth here, the mouth there. Tethering rope there, tethering rope right there. The was normally a kneeling man right there. Squatting woman, normally squatting woman right here. Or maybe a seated deity in this case. Then you have the plural strokes, so the strokes represent plurality, and the strokes right there. I'm showing you all in the text of the story, their name is mentioned, and then in the figures they're mentioned. Chief X does not even know that he's showing the same picture. So let me do y'all a favor. Boy, I'm going to rub this in at this point now. Y'all done got me started, so let me rub this in. Here's a clear picture. Let me take this. Let me copy this. I'm going to do the same with this picture. No worries. Let me move this all out the way. Move my arrow out the way. We're going to do the same for this picture. I'm going to blow it up. We're going to dig in. Dig in. To prove to you all and to Chief X. Woo, boy, my goodness. All right. Here are all 4 of the Nehisiu, a.k.a. Nubians. Now, you listen. You all tell me, do you see a seated figure in between any of these figures? There's no seated person, no seated figure in between here. So obviously you're looking at a different set of 4. Even if you couldn't read the glyphs, your eyes can tell shapes, right? So you don't see the same thing. So in here, let me expand this one. I don't know why this is doing that. Let me close this down some so I could properly size this. Okay, let me expand this one. Okay, now look. So listen. No reading hieroglyphs is required for this. No Sesh Medew Netcher skill set is needed for this at all. All you need is eyeballs. Okay, look. We have figure number 1. What's in front of figure number 1? We have a mouth and a tethering rope. Look again. In front of figure number 1, we have these 2 sets of glyphs. But in this picture, let me get my arrow out here. Here's figure number 1. Let me get my other arrow. Make this red. What do we have in front of figure number 1 for this set? We have a bird. We have these glyphs in front of figure 1 here, but we have a bird. Oops. Wrong. We have figure 1, this set of glyphs here, but in this figure 1, in front of figure 1, we have a bird. So obviously we're talking about 2 different sets of 4. As I said, 2 sets of 4 look alike, only in the tomb of Ramesses III, this tomb. What's in front of figure number 2? In front of it, we have twisted flax and a folded cloth. Those 2 glyphs right there. But guess what? Here, in front of figure number 2, you only got 1 glyph. 1 glyph. They're not alike. You don't even have to know what the glyph is. All you need to do is see that they're not alike. These glyphs right here is not the same as this glyph right here. But we're in front of figure number 2. What's in front of figure number 3? A seated figure. a seated figure with his knees to the chest. But guess what? In front of this figure, now, granted, this framing of this glass is blocking the way, so I can't really, you can't really see what's in front of this figure. So we are going to have to skip that one. But my point is already made. In front of these two figures are two different glyphs. So we're not talking about the same set of four. Chief X. I'm going to have to, he messed up my name. Wujaru. So I'm going to have to think of a way to say his name. I don't want to call him out of his name, but I'm going to say his name. Chief X. All right, anyway, let's get back to it.
That's not on here. According to this one, these guys on the left, where my arrow is the Remetch. So how could this be the Remetch? And also this the Remetch.
I already explained to you, Chief X. I explained this last night, but you cut the live stream too short. You wanted to run and do your live stream while I was still live streaming. So you got to come as a student. Between me and you, Chief X, I'm the teacher. You're the student. Period. You're out of your league. You need to come and humble yourself and get taught. And I'm willing to teach you. But you got to lose all that silliness first. You know what I mean?
Am I making any sense to you? Let's use your logic for a chance. Let me end this real quick, but let's go. I'm going to prove something real quick.
Identical. These four are identical to each other, and these four are identical. So what scholars did was they chose one figure out of each group and then wrote down who they are. So the first group is the Remetch, and you see how I have here, Remetch, the Egyptians. The next group.
Bam! See, Wujara wants you to believe that so much, just like Asar does, that the Egyptian, the Remetch, is a black person. You seen his logo.
I already explained the logo. Let me show y'all the logo again. And I'm only doing this for people who may have come late, who come too late. Let me show y'all my logo. Let me show you the logo. Chief X done lost his mind. It's funny. I hope y'all having fun. Y'all see that? That's the logo. My logo is consistent with the actual art in ancient Egypt, the actual language, because the pigment that they use to paint the skin tones of adult males is unanimously desheret, a shade of red. Today we colloquially say reddish brown, a reddish brown pigment. I'm showing figures of King Seti I on the left and the right. Above him, a person holding a tablet. To the right, you got two figures right there. They're actually two scribes and artists. They're actually holding a color palette folded in his arm. Hold on, let me put my cursor over. Let me show you the color palette. This is too easy. Oh my goodness. Let me show you the color palette. Let me put my trusty arrow. Look at the color palette. The color palette that they're holding right there is the dark and the different shades that they use to blend. That's right. Look at the reddish brown. Look at the skin on that I created, the gradient. I chose a gradient purposely. If anything knows me about my artwork, I have a lot of messaging and things in my artwork. All my artwork, nothing is by chance. Anything that I do and I publicly provide, trust me, it has a story behind it. That's why I call my artwork Heka Multimedia, and the apparel, Heka Apparel, nickname, aka thinkware. It's where people, what you wear to cause people to think. Thinkware. Because in my artwork that I provide and sell and stuff like that, it's got messaging and thing. It causes people to think. And so everything in this, but anyway, but that's the logo. This is black. This person's skin is reddish brown, just like you see from King Seti the First, King Seti First over here, this figure here, and these two gentlemen here. All right, but let's keep it going. I don't want to bore y'all too much. Let's see what Chief has talking about.
Ujaro knows better than this. Let me tell you why. He's saying it's the Remetch is the Egyptian. Is that true though? Because it's been some question right lately. Has the whole entire conscious community in Asar and Wujaro, do they have the definition of Remet wrong?
Chief has lost his mind. Nobody's questioning that. Chief has just made up an argument. Nobody is asking if the Remetch if the Remetch is wrong or nothing like that. Nobody, man, goodness gracious. This guy is about to make me pull out another source. All right, let me pull up another book. Whoo, boy, I tell you, man, this is kind of fun though. Let me pull up another book. I'm gonna share my screen. Y'all bear with me. I can't see any comments in the chat, so I hope y'all are enjoying yourself. High five to everybody. Appreciate y'all tuned in. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. This is what I'm sharing right here is let me make sure y'all can see it. This is James. Let me scroll down. This is James P. Allen's Middle Egyptian. This is a book written by James P. Allen. He's a professor at Brown University, Egyptologist, and he's been teaching for years on Egyptian language. He is one of the main go-to guys. Him and James Hock, James P. Allen, and a few others. they're one of the top scholars to go to when you want to learn the language, the grammar, and so on and so forth. So this is coming from his Middle Egyptian grammar book, the second edition. I'm just showing you the title of the book. All right. So let me make it big for you all. Now I'm gonna type in the search bar for the word Remetch. And I don't know if I'm gonna find it the way he is spelled in here, because we're gonna find out very quickly if I'm gonna get it. Let me see. Let me do it this way. If I just do RM, then it's gonna probably find a lot of words, and just as I suspected, it does. And I probably won't be able to find it. Oh, this is too big. Let me shrink this up a little bit. All right, because I'm going off the page now. All right, y'all should be able to still see it. That's fish. Okay, so let me copy this and then put it here. Okay, what I want y'all to notice, first of all, right now, I want you to notice that the word Remetch means people. I showed you that earlier from a different dictionary. So I showed you a dictionary that showed you Remetch people, but it's a word for the Egyptians themselves. They call themselves the people, okay? They didn't use the word Egyptians, obviously, because Egyptians comes from Egyptos, which is a Greek word, all right? So they use Remetch, but it's referring to the ancient Egyptians. They refer to themselves as the people. Now, notice how it spells. You had that mouth, the telling rope, the like I said, a kneeling man. Remember I told you usually a kneeling man, the seated or squatting woman, and then the three strokes. That's Remetch, the same thing. So Chief X is daggering himself times 2 now. Chief X is daggering himself squared because regardless of what he believes Remetch means, it's not the Nehisu, it's not the Nubians. You see what he's doing to himself? So I'm gonna show you here. So let me search for it, because I want to show you where scholars such as this will tell you that it's referring to the ancient Egyptians themselves. And let me see. See, Remetch people. Let's keep going. Remetch, listening. It says Nefer Sejem ni Remetch, which is listening is good for the people. So Remetch is being translated as people right here. Let's keep going because I want you to see where he's talking about the ancient Egyptians. And I'm doing this in real time with y'all because if it was any other way, I would already know the page and stuff like that. So I'm searching for Remetch where it's identified as the ancient Egyptians. We know it. The word literally means people, but it's identifying what people? The ancient Egyptians themselves. And I'm going to show you this particular scholar because Chief X has an issue with black scholarship. If you're quote unquote black and you do scholarship, you are Afrocentric and just dumb. So see, the seated man is an idiom for Remetch people. See, I see it has people here, but I'm gonna connect that to Egyptians. Give me a minute. Here is another ideogram for people, Remetch. You see Remetch people. We're gonna keep going. Remetch people, I already showed you all that. Remetch, literally people of the estate, which is Remetch Jet, or serves people of the estate. And Remetch is being translated here as people, the measure of people's worth. And what else? So, let me find where he connects Egyptians. So we are going to find it. Find this in real time with y'all. Man, I do not want to just go through this book and read. I know y'all going to be bored to death if I start doing that to find it. But let me go to the table of contents because we're going to find it. And I can't even see the chat. I'm sure somebody probably like, well, Joe, it's on page so-and-so because y'all are sharp. Anybody that's been following or been, dealing with us. Okay, man, I guess I do have to go to here. Boy, I guess I do have to read through it. I'll tell you what, I'm going to let Chief X, the video to play on, and I'm going to look for it while it's playing a bit and see, because I want y'all to understand that I back up everything I say, and it's in here from the scholar. I already showed you one person that says the Egyptians, what they refer to themselves. That's grouping, how to use hieroglyphs, and blah, 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 hieratic, demotic. All right, these are the, so that's not their ancient Egyptian history. Scholars divide that. This is the language. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Egyptians. All right, I'm going to let the video play because I don't want to bore y'all to death. Because we were having fun. Chief X was making us laugh. And he just daggers himself. See, I'm going through. It'll take me forever. Because the reason why it's because if I type in Egyptians, it's going, matter of fact, let me do that. If I type in Egyptians, it's going to come back with so many search results that it's going to take me forever even looking that way. Egyptians took, besides the carving, ancient Egyptians wrote, ancient Egyptians who adopted Christianity, Egyptians called the exiled foreign rulers, right system Egyptians, da-da-da. Nope. Obtained the Duat. New shoe. Nope, 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 nope. Yeah. It took me forever. All right, so let me just go back here. I'm just making sure. Make sure I'm not right here around this area here. Let's see. Let's see. Let us see. Let us see. I don't want y'all to think I'm crazy. All right, I'm gonna let the video play. Come back. We'll go back to Chief. We'll come back to me.
If they have the definition of Remet wrong, then this is not the Egyptian. Let's see what Remet means. As far as I know, I'm not the linguist. I don't read Netcher. But as far as my research, it doesn't mean Egyptian. Let's go. Asar Imhotep. This is his site. Okay? What does Asar say Remet means? Let's see. Hold on. Let me find it. Hold on. Don't go nowhere. We're going to end this real soon. Okay. Right here. Let me blow it up. On a SAR site, he says, right here, that the Remet meaning people. Did he say Egyptian? Guess who is a person and a people? I'm a person. I'm people. Everyone listening to me is people and persons. A sub-Saharan African's a person. An Asiatic's a person. A Nubian's a person. So Asar says it means people? He didn't say Egyptian here? Because someone would have called him on that shit if he had Egyptian there. Because an Egyptian who reads Netcher told me it doesn't mean Egyptian. This is a discrepancy now. An Egyptian who reads Netcher and teaches it, not these Afrocentrics, said it doesn't mean Egyptian. It means people and person or human being. So if this is true, that means the Amun Ra Squad and the entire conscious community have the definition of Remetch wrong. I might be wrong. I'm not positive. But from my research, this is what it shows. Let's go. Remet. You see right here? Can y'all see this clear? Because my tablet is blurry as fuck. Remet, right here. Demonic. The etymology. It's from Egyptian. It said it's Egyptian. Remet, what does it mean? What is it? Man, people. Where does it say Egyptian at? It says man, people. Let's go further down. To the noun. The noun, number 1, says what? Human being. It says man, male. Where does it say Egyptian at? Samoans and Japanese people are humans, are people, are man, are males. Every race on the planet is a human being, a person.
I got pause Chief X for a second, y'all. Listen, this is how retarded he sounds and is. The word ba into, where we get the word Bantu, the into also means people. Luntu, Muntu, Bantu, and all that. It's a word that's referring to people, the people. But everybody's not Bantu. A lot of cultures around the world refer to themselves in their language for a word that has something to do with people, the people, either men, man, woman, or collectively people. So the Remetch are no different. They call themselves the Remetch, and it doesn't mean Egypt or Egyptian in terms of, because Egypt, the word Egypt comes from Egyptos, which is later. It's a referent. Just like in Arabic, they will call the Egyptians Mizraimites or Misr. In Arabic, the country of Egypt is called Misr, not Egypt. So the ancient Egyptians, in their text, they call themselves the Remetch. That's the point. Today, we call them the ancient Egyptians. They didn't use the word Egypt or Egyptian, spelled nowhere, nothing like, and pronounced nothing like how we would say. That comes from the Greek influence. Egyptos. And there's two prevailing theories on the origin of that word, whether it comes from Hutka Ptah or Geptos or Copt. Look that up. Just like the Greeks, we get the word Ethiopia from Greeks. Our modern rendition of it comes by way of Greeks. Ethiops, which means burnt surface. Ethiopia, Ethiopians. Egyptos, Egypt. Anyway, but the point here is that he is actually trying to make a point that Remetch does not mean Egyptian, when every scholar says that the ancient Egyptians called themselves the Remetch. And for the sake of time, like I said, I'm watching this in real time with y'all. And so if I watched this before and know that he was going to try to make that silly point, I would have had at least three people lined up to share with y'all in a quicker way, so that you all won't have to be bored with dead time. But I already showed you in one dictionary. So let me show you another dictionary. This is the quickest thing I could do. I already showed one, right? And I'll show this other one now. Let me unshare that and share my screen again. I want to show you that Chief X just simply does not know what he's talking about. So let me repeat this dictionary first, and I want to show you. As soon as I get my Windows sorted out. All right, here we go. So I showed you the Remetch in Mark Vigas dictionary. This is a PDF free digitized version of the dictionary. It's very good for this kind of work. I recommend people to use it. But I recommend people to get all the dictionaries. I have all the dictionaries that were ever made. I have them. Whether it's in German, French, Danish, whatever, you name it. But so let me just go back and show you here. So you see the word Remetch. Can y'all see this on the screen? Yeah. So you see the word Remetch. Man, men, mankind, people, but also Egyptians. The reason why scholars put this in dictionaries this way is because the Egyptians called themselves this. So they put the word Egyptian here to show you that this was a national name. This was their national name for the citizens of Kemet. In fact, the actual spoken language is called Ra Ni Kemet. And the people were called Remetch Ni Kemet, which means the people from the riparian land. Kemet meaning the riparian land, Ni meaning of as in possession, a genitive, and then Remetch meaning the people. They called themselves Remetch Ni Kemet. It survives to this very day in Coptic. And I'm about to line it up for y'all. All right, so give me a second. I'm going to line it for y'all. So let me unshare that. Give me one quick second. I wanna line it up for you all. Matter of fact, I'll use something easy. I'll use something very easy. So let's do this. Oh my goodness. Okay. um I want to show you all what the ancient Egyptians are referred to in their own language and whatnot. Matter of fact, Wikipedia. You can go to Wikipedia, but I want to show you this. Give me a second. Pull up as fast as I can. Fast as I can. Fast as I can. This is real time, y'all. It's a little bonus here. Sometimes we can laugh and have fun, but you know. All right. What I want to show you all is this is coming from the largest Egyptian dictionary that we have to date. Matter of fact, I need to share my screen, right? Where we at? Okay, you all should be able to see my screen. Y'all see it? No, you can't. Now you can. Okay, this is coming from the Thesaurus Linguae Egyptia, aka the TLA. All right, this is the digitized version of primarily the German Wörterbuch dictionary, which is the biggest dictionary that we have to date in terms of the Egyptian language. And I'm going to show you all what these words mean. So we're going to go to the words. I'm going to show it to you quick. I don't want this to turn into a lesson in terms of a language class or anything like that. But I want to show you all here the Remetch. So we have Remetch here. It says human being, a man. Now Chief X's argument is that he's a human being, he's a man. But the problem with that is that, like I brought up Bantu or Ba-Intu and derivatives of that particular word, he wouldn't call himself a Bantu, but yet what it means, based on what it means, he would be one of them inclusive. So a lot of indigenous cultures will use words to designate them as being a man. Are not we men? So just because a word in a language refers to a male human being as a man doesn't mean that you'll call yourself that. So the ancient Egyptians referred to themselves collectively as the Remetch. And so if we look into where this word is used, we will find many instances where this is used for the people, talking about the ancient Egyptians and so on and so forth. And so in here, it shows that there are 1,126 attestations of the word Remetch all throughout ancient Egyptian texts. And this is sorted from the oldest to the newest, to the most recent in here. Okay, so if we were to look at this inscription here, we know it's talking about 50 men. So we see Remetch 50. The number comes after the word. It serves as an adjective. So we know this is 50 men. It says Remetch 50 here, and Wa, which remains. And so it's telling you here, 50 men do the daily work. I don't know if you all can read it. Maybe too small here, but all of these are in reference to people. Referring to people that are in the country, Egyptians. All right. So I just want to, make that clear to y'all as a bonus that, Chief X is making a point that he just doesn't understand. Now, Chief X is smart enough. Chief X, you're smart enough to put a little caveat, put a little safety net in there and say, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I'm not the linguist here. I'm not the linguist. It means people. Like, duh. It means people, but which people? See, he doesn't ask the right questions. Which people? Which people is it talking about? Is it talking about all of humanity on the planet Earth? Chief X, you would have to answer a question. What did the ancient Egyptians call themselves? Just that one question. What did they call themselves? That's it. That one question kills the entire argument. Let's go back to the video.
Male is a man. That's what Remetch means. So it doesn't mean Egyptian. It's just in Egyptian.
Man, this is too easy. He's taking what the word means. It does mean man. It does mean men. It does mean mankind. It does mean people, and so on. I told you all in the book of knowing the transformation of Ra and overthrowing of Apep, the Egyptians tell you why they use that word for themselves. They say that they, as far as humanity, or the Egyptians themselves, they come from the tears of Ra. And the word tears is Remi, to cry, come from Remu, which is the tears itself, and they come from that. So it's a play on the word. But the question Chief X has to answer is, what did the ancient Egyptians call themselves? What did they call themselves? That's the question that he dare not ask or bring up to answer, because he's going to find out that Egyptians call themselves the Remetch. Everybody and their mother knows that, except Chief X.
Am I tripping? Okay, this says RMT right here without a line under the T. So let's go to the one where it has RMT with a line under the T. Let me go back. Bam. There it goes. RMT with a line under the T. What's the definition of this one according to this? This one also says human being, a person. It don't say Egyptian. Somebody said I'm skipping over stuff. This is the top. What am I skipping over? Let's blow it up because people are not seeing. Remet, right here. Can you see? Let's not skip. Let's scroll down. Show me where anyone sees where it says the definition is Egyptian. Here's the glyphs right here. Number 1, it says human being, person. What am I skipping over? Then it has another one, RMTT. Here is it again, the noun. Alternative form limit, people, humanity, right here. I'm not skipping nothing. Now, you can edit, these niggas can edit this if they think that's wrong and change it and show proof. Here's the scholar right here, Erman Adolf. Let's go back to the RMT without the line under the T. There we go. I'm not skipping over nothing. Etymology. It's an Egyptian word, remet, man, people. Human beings, man, male. It says nothing about Egyptian. So, since it doesn't, and this means, if the glyph next to it means Remetch, it's basically saying this is a human being. This is a male. This is a person. It's not saying it's an Egyptian. They lied. Talk black to me. Have these niggas miseducated you on the meaning of Remet? Have you ever heard an Egyptian or any people even talk and say Remetch? You've never even heard an Egyptian say the word Hotep in your life. But these African Americans run around here talking about Hotep.
I only have to make comments. Chief X here. I'm just let him keep daggering himself here. I'm just let it play for a little while longer.
Hotep. Egyptians who live in Egypt don't even say Hotep. They coming on here greeting you, Hetep poop, and all this dumb shit.
In Egypt, they say Assalamu alaikum. Chief X is crazy. Salam la. Assalamu alaikum, Aki. Salam. They speak Arabic. A lot of them are Muslims.
Shit. Egyptians today don't even mention talk like that. So because something says Remetch, it doesn't mean Egyptian. These niggas is wrong. Wujaro is being deceitful. What was he focused on? Oh, don't focus on color. Oh, why are you focused? You was focused on it when you made your fucking logo. You was focused in drawing. And you, whatever you did, you said, let me make this motherfucker dark. Let me make this Egyptian black. Why are you focused on color, Wujawa? You deceitful motherfucker. And another thing, I'm going to go light. I'm going to go light right now. Because I told you, I'm never the aggressor unless aggressed upon. And your bitch been aggressing upon me, Wujaru. You keep shut that bitch's mouth for I cuss her out one day and go really in on her.
See, at this point, Chief X has definitely crossed the line. He's calling Imiket a bitch and everything. And look at his face. So this where Chief X crossed the line. Like all the jokes end when people do that with me. So Chief X, if you're watching, I hope you are. I'm not going to stoop to your level and anything like that, but I guarantee you on my 3 beautiful daughters that if you ever were to see me in person and say that in my face, and that's all I'm going to say. Let me keep playing.
I've been trying to hold back on your bitch.
See, this is where I guess being in Cali and whatnot get into his head a little bit, because people act real crazy online, but I guarantee you that Chief X wouldn't be saying that in my face. And people don't normally do that, and I'm not saying that because I'm anybody special, but I notice this all the time, that people will say things a little differently online than they do in person. And I met quite a few people from online in person. We have good conversations all the time. And it's just a different demeanor. People have different demeanor and stuff like that because they know that when you say stuff online, there's absolutely no chances of any consequences, because he don't know like my state of mind. Like people don't know each other's state of mind. He don't know if I'm a person that will be bruised by words easily, or it may trigger something in me to do something, this, that, and the third. Nobody really knows that about each other. And so we're more cautious in person than online. Online, people tend to just come out the side of their neck and say things. And I don't really appreciate that from anybody. But Chief X is referring to being disrespectful and referring to Imiket as a bitch and saying this, that, and the third. That's uncalled for. And so that just crossed the line. So Chief X has definitely crossed the line. And like I said, y'all, I'm listening to this in real time, so I didn't even know Chief X were willing to cross that line and go that far and whatnot. But one thing I do know, though, is that he would not say that in person. And if he was bold enough to say it in person, then, I don't think he'd be making too many of these videos. You know what I'm saying? Like straight up like that. But let it keep playing. We're going to keep it, keep it Inglewoody with Chief X here.
She's sitting up here instigating and laughing, and people calling me crackheads, and Xavier's on drugs, and this motherfucker stupid, he's ignorant. This is what Emmy Cat is saying.
Wait a minute. He's saying that Emmy Cat said that he's on crack. He can't show that. He's saying that Chief X is on drugs. She didn't say that. He can't show that. So he's taking what other people have said in his own chat and taking it out on her and calling her names, but he's not addressing the other people. You see, and that's just some straight cowardly stuff right there. So now Chief X is, in my books, one, he's retarded because he's slow. He doesn't comprehend things. And now he's just straight up disrespectful. So I already lost respect for him on, any academic subject matter. But now I lost respect for him just as a person now. So Chief X, let me applaud you. You definitely lost my respect. Not that it matters, but you definitely lost my respect, all respect at this point, because you don't do that. You don't disrespect people like that, especially just when you don't have to at all. You calling people out of their name. Like, I don't do that. Like, I'm not even calling you out of your name, Chief X. Your name is Chief X. Variant Xavier is your other name. The God Best. And, I'm a creative person. And I have mastered graphics, art, software and stuff like that. If I wanted to go hard on you, man, I could go in on you if I wanted to. But that's just childish stuff. That's, kids do that. But anyway, let's keep playing. Let's see what else he's saying.
Keep that bitch in check, or I'm going in on her the next time. I have a right to insult this crazy bitch.
And he said that with some anger and passion. I have a right to insult this crazy bitch. Ooh, boy, I tell you, Chief X, boy, he all the way in California, y'all.
She's insulted me 20 times. I got screenshots of at least 8 insults from Emmy Cat. Just so when a motherfucker say, Chief X, why are you insulting her? Well, why this bitch insulting me 10 times?
Oh man, this is gone. I mean, he went from 0 to 10. Now not 0. He went from 8 to 20 just now.
I'm just snapping back on what this heifer did first.
Now she's a heifer.
If she want to play with men and get in a men's ball game, we're going to treat this bitch like a man then. Wujaru. If she want to instigate all this shit, I'm a crackhead, I'm fucking gay and shit. If she want to instigate all that shit and kiki with these ignorant
Wait, now he's saying that she said he's gay and all that stuff? Emmy Cat ain't never do that. Listen, what I want you all to do in the chat, and like I said, I can't see the chat right now, but whoever's in the chat watching and listening, challenge Chief X to show any screenshot or audio or whatever where Emmy Cat is calling him a crackhead, gay, everything he's saying right now. He just now said he got screenshots of her insulting him or something. Tell him to show him. I guarantee you none of them say that he's gay or a crackhead and all this other kind of stuff. I guarantee y'all that. Chief X is so sensitive that when you read whatever she did say, y'all gonna be like, man, Chief X, you soft. They got all kinds of words for people like Chief X, where I come from. I'm from Washington, D.C. I'm from Chocolate City. I'm from the block, the hood of Washington, D.C., born and raised. And we just don't do stuff like that. There's some soft people that do that. Chief X, you are soft, brother. I didn't even know it until just now. You have confirmed your softness. You are too sensitive. Now I see why you do all these videos and stuff like that. You soft, you crying, really. But let it get it out.
Motherfuckers in the chat, we can all get ignorant and insult each other. She insulted me first at least 10 times, Wujaro. Keep that bitch in check, and she better keep my name out her mouth with her little scary, weak, bony ass.
He said, scary, weak, and bony ass. Chief X is going in, man. He is going in. It's crazy. Listen, y'all are watching a meltdown. You see how he switched up real quick? He went from talking about the language. He went from talking about Remetch and how it don't mean Egyptians and stuff like that to going off on Emicat right now. Y'all, do y'all see something wrong with that? Am I the only one? He is soft, boy.
Flat ass, no titties having bitch.
He said, wait. Nah. Wait a minute. Now look, he called her all kinds of names out of her name, and I can't do nothing about that, right? Because those are just names. That's just some childish stuff. But he's saying Emmy Cat got a flat ass and whatever the case is. Now I can't do something about that. Let me wait a minute. Y'all bear with me. Y'all bear with me real quick. Let me oh boy. Let me show y'all something. Now let me let him talk. Let me let him talk for a little bit. Let me let him go in. Let me rewind a little bit. I'm gonna let him go in. I'm gonna find something for y'all.
Kids and Xavier's on drugs and this motherfucker's stupid. He's ignorant. This is what Emmy Cat is saying. Keep that bitch in check, or I'm going in on her the next time. I have a right to insult this crazy bitch. She's insulted me 20 times. I got screenshots of at least 8 insults from Emmy Cat. Just so when a motherfucker say, Chief X, why are you insulting her? Well, why this bitch insulting me 10 times? I'm just snapping back on what this heifer did first. If she want to play with men and get in a men's ball game, we're going to treat this bitch like a man then, Wujaru. If she want to instigate all this shit, I'm a crackhead, I'm fucking gay and shit. If she want to instigate all that shit and kiki with these ignorant motherfuckers in the chat, we can all get ignorant and insult each other. She insulted me first at least 10 times, Wujaro. Keep that bitch in check, and she better keep my name out her mouth.
Now here's the thing though. Watch. I'm gonna predict this, and y'all gonna call me a prophet when it happens. Chief X is gonna realize that that he went too far with what he's saying right now, and he's gonna come to his senses, whatever he's high on right now in this video, and he's probably gonna hint to an apology or say, whatever, because that's how people do. They'll say, I want to apologize and this, that, and the third, whatever the case is. And I'm predicting that. But see, I'm not enabling that. I don't appreciate stuff like that either. Like that's none of that stuff does anything, because what this does is shows people's character, and people reveal their character. You can't do anything about that. So Chief X is definitely revealing his character here, that a lot of people know, because Chief X get, as he said, ignorant all the time. He's messy all the time. Most of the time he's funny. He's still funny even right now, because he's just demonstrating how soft he is and how sensitive he is. He's going to take it out on a woman and go off a rant right now on a woman, and not put that same energy towards the men in the chat on stuff that they're saying that he's attributing to her that she didn't even say. So he's faulting her for being in the chat, while other people are saying he's gay and on crack. She didn't say those things, but you see how he's lashing out or whatever at her. So anyway, I just want y'all to take note of that. But other than that, I'm I don't want to dwell on that, on his stupidity. I'm just pointing those things out, because I want y'all to pay attention that later on when he gets off that high horse or whatever the case is, that that he's on, whatever he's on right now, he come down off of that, he's gonna, he's probably gonna say something towards an apology to some extent or whatever the case is. So we'll see. But regardless to that, I did want to address something, if I could find it real quick, because what I can show and what I can prove is to address something that he said. I was going to address that with y'all real quick about in defense of Emicat, but I'll show it later. I will show it later. And yeah, I will show it later. All right, but anyway, so let's get back to it. I don't know how long you're gonna dwell on this. I'm listening to it in real time with y'all.
With her little scary, weak, bony ass, flat ass, no titties having bitch.
That's funny though. That part is funny. And Emicat, see, Emicat's not even on here. Normally Emicat is always co-host, and she's not even on here, and that's a shame. That I'm playing this. I didn't know he was gonna say this, but she's not even on here to even defend herself. But let me let it play.
Running fake narratives and lying. She's a deceitful bitch too. Dr. Bonham, I just showed you what the fuck Remet means. Now you show me anywhere where Remet means Egyptian. I could be wrong, I'm admitting that. But as far as I can see, from the research I've done, Asar Imhotep says it means people. The sources says it means people or human or man. It does not say Egyptian. That's an Afrocentric bullshit narrative. Let it go. They've been twisting shit and fucking with your mind. And that's why with y'all's followers, all them niggas in the chat is stupid as fuck. They're naive and they're gullible because they want it to be a black Egypt. They're praying for it to be a black Egypt. They're lying and will cheat and steal to make Egypt black. That's how wicked these niggas is. That's how deceitful these motherfuckers is. These niggas got me hot right now. Hey, listen.
He said we got him hot. Emicat got him hot. We got him hot. Everybody got him hot, boy. You got him hot. Oh my goodness. But look, let me show y'all something. This is one thing I can defend Emicat on. All right. And I want to show you all this. This is Emicat's performance. You all may not know Emicat as a performing artist, but this is Emicat's performance not so long ago. All right, so y'all, let's see if what Shefax is saying true about her, that she's some scrawny, skinny, flat ass bitch or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Let's see if what Shefax is on about. I'm gonna play this to y'all. This is like a little bonus thing. I'm gonna show y'all. This is Emicat.
So we are gonna go to the next performer. She's all the way from Kenya, but she lives here in Copenhagen.
See, Emicat's from Kenya. Now everybody knows her as Emicat, but her stage name is Tonika. All right, so they're gonna call her Tonika just so y'all know it's the same person. Y'all recognize her. You'll see her.
Her name is Tonika, so please give her a hand.
Here she come, and I want y'all to tell me if she's some skinny, scrawny, flat ass woman. Woo, boy! Look, does that look flat to y'all?
Good evening, ladies and gents. Well,
wait. I wish y'all could see my cursor. Do you see the curves? Do you see the curves on that waist side, on that back side? Do y'all see the curves on that? Chief X, man, my goodness, boy, you done messed up, boy.
My name is Tonika, and it's an honor to be here tonight to celebrate Africa, to celebrate achievement. And
He said flat chest and flat ass. Like, why would Chief X do that? Chief X don't know her. That's how you know. See, on the streets, that's what we call bitch shit on the streets. When you just call women out of their name and talk about a woman and stuff like that. Don't even know her. Obviously don't even know how she look. I mean, look at the curves on her. Look at the hips. This is proper Kenyan, Luo body type. African, homegrown African, from top to bottom, from hair. Look at the woolly hair. And yes, I'm defending her in this way, but she could defend herself. Watch.
And most importantly, to celebrate art.
Watch when she turns to the side. I'm gonna freeze it.
And with that sense, I am here actually to also represent a newly founded theater company here in Denmark that embraces cultural diversity like we have here on a global scale, also locally. And the name of that company is ACT, which is Afro Cosmopolite Thespians. It's not ethnocentric, but it's art-centric. So with that said, let's play some music.
Look at that. Do you see the curve on that backside right there? That curve is almost like the letter C. That's the C in Chief X's name right there. Do y'all see what I see? And she don't have no heels, no nothing. You know where they gotta stick whatever. Man, listen. All right, I'm gonna let it play for a little while. I don't want to play the whole thing.
Thank you. All right.
Look at that. Do you understand? Do you see the letter C right there? In reverse, that's the letter P right there. That backside. He says she has a flat ass. Come on. That's a homegrown African right there. Woolly hair, brown skin. Curves like that. And Chief S got a nerve to insult her? Like, what the heck is going on? Like, I got to say that in like 3 octaves high. What the heck is that going on? Woo, boy, Chief X said there ain't no black African power. Sadiq, hey, you got it right. That's black African power right there. The black woman is God. Oh, my goodness. Chief X done messed with the wrong person on that one.
Yeah. You're having a wonderful time? All right. I am too. All right. So what we're going to do here is balance. That's the name of the track. All right. Listen. I balance life from the great tones. I reach for the stars with both feet in the ground zone. You can take me high around the globe. Yes, you can reach for the stars with both feet in the ground zone. I balance life from the great tones. I reach for the stars with both feet in the ground zone. You can take me high around the.
Look at that. Chief S got a nerve to go off on this, on her. Look at that. Y'all see what I see. She's a proper artist performer and has a degree, a college degree. Do y'all understand? Chief X don't know who he messing with.
Globe, yes, you can reach for the stars with both feet in the ground zone. It's T-O-N-I-C-A-H. The stars see the balance on infinite levels like the A. I compensate, even out this case. Perfect H, you and I match made. The bass and the treble. If you don't complicate, sweet riding like an F-flow. Exchange it like a real, no, price you like a metal. But you gotta make an exceptional impression. Nothing like a mental stimulation. Conversation to elevate you and I. Like stratosphere, motivate new you and I. We can build on that. You and I, T-Y, multiply like divine.
God was perfectly aligned. That's you and I on the rise when it subtract the lies. 101 to other one, brand new. We don't need another one. Stay true. I balance life on the great tones. I reach for the stars with both feet in the ground zone. You can take me high around the globe, yes you can. Reach for the stars with both feet in the ground zone. I balance life on the great tones. I reach for the stars with both feet in the ground zone. You can take me high around the globe, yes you can. Reach for the stars with both feet in the ground zone. Respect is the name of the game. Impress me with dope, that's what.
All right, I don't want to play the whole track, but I just want y'all to get the gist of that. Chief X has lost his freaking mind. He's just out of his mind. He lost his mind. He has really lost his mind. All right, I just wanted to share that with y'all. Hopefully y'all enjoy it like I did. Yeah, I hope y'all enjoyed that. As a matter of fact, I'll give y'all another treat. I'm gonna give y'all another Emicat treat. How about that? I'm gonna give you another Emicat treat. And let's see if I can do that. Where is it? Chief X opened this can of worms. I'm just trying to defend. I mean, it's the only way I could defend because Emicat is not here to defend herself. So I'm trying to do her some justice right now. And I'm gonna defend her in this way, because he called out her name. I can't, you know, all that stuff is silly. But let me just share this one. He said that she's some scrawny, you know, flat butt, and you know, come on, man, this don't make any sense, man. Chief X don't know what he's talking about. But I'm gonna show y'all what time it is. All right, I'm going to show you what time it is. Very quickly. Bear with me. Here we go. All right, y'all check it out.
Targets. I've got some of these and some of that. Shiny star seas in my bag. Ay, I woke up from a dream into another scene. When it hit my mind, I was still dreaming. Trust, not a fantasy or make believe. I had a voice like the wind speaking when they say to me, don't worry about the scene. It's nice to finally meet us on a spiritual level where you're meant to be. What your physical and mental could never get to see. With the watchers, we get you out of the muddy waters. One of the daughters, you had the calling offer to walk on the grounds, but in time you forgot us. You let your body take over your true essence. Let us show you how to resonate with the higher presence. Emanate the light energy, eliminate the dead weight. Let it vibrate and open up the stargates. Intertwine time to the 7 planes and never lose life to enter through the polygates. Dream chasers, we're traveling through time, space, cosmic lessons. Dream chasers, we're traveling through where we see the cosmic blessings. Dream chasers, we're traveling through time, space, cosmic lessons. Dream chasers, we're traveling through where we see the cosmic blessings. They say sleep is the cousin of death. Look beyond the breath, you might just detect. There's no beginning, no end, no hell, just the manifestations of the cause and effects. See, I was taught to move bravely into the darkness like a soldier. Head high, proceed to where the light is. Left foot first, trample over evil. The alchemist to master ways to overcome the ego. But still, life has never been an easy road. We crawl, walk, grind, fall. Sometimes you wanna fold. It's the constant wars, the physical and spiritual, the self and the ego, good and bad is all beautiful. As long as we paint into pictures of realities, we bound to find the remedies to our souls crying melodies. And that day is soon come. We know when we don't need the raindrops to see the rainbow. Dream chasers, we're traveling through time, space, cosmic lessons. Dream chasers, we're traveling through where we see the cosmic blessings. Dream chasers, we're traveling through time, space, cosmic lessons. Dream chasers, we're traveling through. I've got some of these, this and some of that shiny star seas in my bag. I got some of these, this and some of that stars to see if you take my hand. Hey, take a walk with me to the other side. cosmic blessings. Dream chasers, we're traveling through time, space, cosmic lessons. Dream chasers, we're traveling through.
Do y'all see that? Do y'all see what I see? Chief X got the nerve to insult this sister right here. I swear to goodness, boy. Chief X done lost his mind, boy. I done lost all respect. You know, like I said, I kept a little teaspoon of respect for Chief X, you know, for him to have a comeback, a bounce back. But after going off on Emiket and calling her out of her name and stuff, that's just some straight up soft, moist, cowardly stuff right there. He titles it ignorant, and whatever the case is. Can't even. And the thing is, she never called him a crackhead, gay, or none of that stuff. So he's taking out his anger from men calling him those names in his own chat to take it out on her. Man, that's some straight cowardly stuff right there. But anyway, I just want to share that with y'all. Now, that is Emiket. As a matter of fact, I wish Emiket would come on here and just say hi to the people and whatnot. Just say a little something or whatever, because, you know, like, this guy don't know what the heck he is talking about or doing or anything. Got the nerve to call her out of her name. Say she's skinny, scrawny, and this, that, and the third. But anyway, so y'all get the point. I'm gonna leave it alone. And what do you know? Emiket has arrived. Emiket, do you have any words? I mean, I don't want you to address, you know, don't address the foolishness, but just say hi to the people. You know, they just watch your video. They watch your video, your other video. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know if people even knew that you were actually an artist, a recording artist. You actually have songs and videos done. I mean, people don't know who they messing with. So, Emiket, can you just, you know, say what's up to the people?
Hotep, ooh, I bet E. I know they're making fun of how we say Hotep, but that means peace. So, yeah, no, I'm not even going to pay mind to that because, I mean, I'm used to that. You know, you have to understand, you know, I'm always around, you know, growing up, I've always been around guys. So you always have to have thick skin. Plus, when people, one of the things you have to know is when people resort to calling you names, that's when it's that one of those got him moment. So that, you know, you just kind of smile about it because it is what it is, you know. I mean, I can't take it seriously. First of all, my mama has been very generous when it comes to my ass, my derriere. So I'm from the Luo tribe, and we are known for our junk in the trunk. So I'm not even offended by that. Plus, I don't be showing people, so I don't know where Chief was imagining that kind of stuff because I don't put, you know, my pictures like that or videos like that. So, you know, all that is just imagination and it's silly, really. But yeah, I do, you know, I've always done music. Mostly, most people don't know I'm actually a sound engineer by trade, you know, worked with artists and whatnot, and also did a few things of my own. So that's what you see, like, you know, those actually from, I think, 7 years ago or something like that. Between 7 and 9 years projects. But yeah, you know, I'm not going to say much because I know we're still going to watch some of the what he said on the videos.
No, actually, we don't. I'm not going to play any more Chief X video because really I don't care what he says after that point. Like that, he just crossed the line on that one. So I'm going to leave it like that. So let's just review. I'm going to do a quick review so I can see the chat, y'all. So shout out to the chat. Shout out to everybody in chat. Appreciate everybody who's tuned in and still tuned in. So let me put the panel link in here for a quick second. I got a little bit more time. Let's just go to the panel. Let's just see if anybody want to come on the panel here. And actually, let me switch my screen over back to me. All right. So I'm put the panel link in the chat as I always do. I don't know what Chief X talking about. Fear. Like, I mean, come on. Like, I mean, that don't make sense right there. All right, what's going on? Why is my YouTube so big? All right, I'm put the panel link in the chat. Any and everybody is invited. I'm pinning it to the top. Y'all can see it. It's pinned there. Come one, come all. Got a little bit more time. You know, y'all want to kick it, ask me questions, or just give your comments on anything and everything. By all means, go for it. And if not, I can see the chat now. So as a matter of fact, let me turn the chat on so y'all can see. There you go. So everybody can see the chat as I can see it, as you type. So, yeah, I agree with you. Yoo-hoo drums, man, that was weak. That's soft. Where I come from, that's what we say, you know, BS. Instead of bullshit, we say that's bitch shit right there. You know, that's what we call it. But we're grown adults now. Like, we shouldn't even be doing any and that kind of stuff. Keep it, you know, the information. Chief X lost. He lost before. He lost when he hit the live button. But yeah, I truly somebody got Child X. Somebody has Child X in the in the chat. Oh man, y'all are crazy, boy. Y'all are crazy. Boy, Child X, hit that link. Man. Somebody got Child X in the link. I mean, in the chat. Goodness gracious. But okay, so listen, if y'all want to come in and make comments, you know, by all means, go for it. But let me just do a quick review. So Chief X is an example. I'm just making an example out of him. He's not alone. He is, he represents people that are also like him. And there's just people out there that just will never get it at this point. He's old enough. He's at the age where it's just not gonna work out for him in terms of the lane of academia, scholarship. So it's a wrap for that. So I'm not. My expectation is not for him to improve. You know, I wish him all the best though, and when I, you know, and everything like that. I like to see people advance in entrepreneurship and all that kind of stuff. But when your character is that bad, then, you know, just you know, miss me with all that other stuff. So I really think that he has issues at this point. But just to review, Chief X daggered himself, as I have shown and demonstrated, that even the picture that he showed is that of the Remetch. It's not of the Nubians. The website that he even pulled up daggered him because he doesn't know any better. He showed a picture in the tomb of Ramesses III of the group of people that are labeled the Remetch. Now, his weak point, last week point after right before going off on Emicat, was that the word Remetch does not mean Egyptian. The word Remetch, this is how you know Chief X doesn't even know how languages work. When we say a word means something, like for example, the word casa in Spanish, colloquially and in everyday language and everyday talk, we would say casa means house. But it actually doesn't mean house. It's translated as house, but it doesn't mean house. Okay, casa in Spanish, we say it means house. Casa Blanca, we say it means White House. But without being all technical, that's what we say. The word Remetch, it denotes people in the plural, or mankind, meaning men and women, or a man or a woman, more so denotation or literally. But the ancient Egyptians themselves used that term to name themselves. So we identify the ancient Egyptians as the Remetch. The ancient Egyptians didn't call the Canaanites Remetch. Aren't the Canaanites human beings? If the word Remetch mean human beings, meaning in our sense human beings, why didn't the Remetch call everybody the Remetch? Why didn't ancient Egyptians call everybody the Remetch? Why didn't they call the Nubians Remetch? Why do we say Nubians? Even though that term is inappropriately applied, the term they used was Nehesiu. Why didn't they call the Nehesiu the Remetch? Why didn't they call the Chehenu or the Chemehu, who are Libyans, why didn't they call them the Remetch? Chief X. Why didn't they call the people from Mitanni Remetch? Chief X. Why didn't they call the Greeks the Remetch? Chief X. Why didn't they call the people from Babylon Remetch? Chief X. Why didn't they call the people from Syria or Akkad, the Akkadians, the Remetch? Chief X. They're all human beings, right, Chief X? So your logic is flawed. You don't know what you're talking about. The word Remetch is a word that means people, but it's specific to a group of people. In this case, the ancient Egyptians. That's the name they called themselves. And we can get into the word Bantu. Comes from a word that means the people as well. All right. And at the root of it, it means man or men, mankind as well. And then all of the different cognates to the word Ntu. Ntu. Ba Ntu is what the word Bantu. We say Bantu. It's really prefix Ba and then Ntu. So Chief X is out of his league. So that's that. And then the point that he's trying to make is that he said what I'm mistaken on is something he just don't know. And you know, all night I've just been proving him wrong and demonstrating. So that's just a quick summary. I'm not going to like revisit it and show y'all. It's going to take too long. I've been on for 4 hours having fun. Chief X spoiled the fun, man. He went off on the sister. MEK, you know, spoiled the fun. I was having fun up until that point. But that's cool.
I mean, we could still play. I would like to find out what he was talking about. I mean, it's Friday, so we could still.
Yeah, but plays in what? You want to play more of his video?
Yes, I mean, if there was some other incorrect issues that or things that he was talking about in regards to the language and that kind of stuff. So, not to spoil the fun for everybody. I mean, we should see what needs correction on there. So I'm intrigued with what he had, other than the name calling bits, like just the information part.
All right, just so you know, because I know you weren't here, but I'm towards the end of this video, so it's nothing left really to play, and everything he said is wrong. The entire video is wrong. So the points that he's making, everything that he said is wrong. Everything, even down to his insults to you. He said that you have a flat ass and scrawny, skinny, and call you out your name. All of that was even wrong. And I don't mean wrong as in just character-wise wrong. It is actually incorrect. It's inaccurate. So everything out Chief X's mouth was wrong. There's nothing else left to play or to see. I played it all.
Yeah, and just to add, just for the record, the things that Chief X was saying that I said about him, with the crack, being a crackhead and all that. I mean, that's not even a language I use. I've never even seen crack like live to even know what it is and to talk about it. But everybody knows that when I talk about Chief X, I talk about his age. He's old. And the part where there is no hope at some point when you reach a certain age and you have no desire to actually get on the right path. So everybody knows that's exactly how I describe Chief X. He's old, which is a fact. It's not a lie. He's old. He's a grandparent, probably soon to be grandparent. I don't know, but we know for sure he's a grandparent. So, he's old. And the other fact that I talk about when I point things out about Chief X is the fact that he is incorrect at all times, and that he is actually good at entertainment. I always liken him to, being, like he shines when he does what I say, when he's on his Wendy Williams tip, when he does the gossips, the exposés, when he does, like how he did with Umar, and other things. When those things you hiding behind the fence and the bushes and trying to get dirt on somebody. He's really good at that, and that's why I actually, I am friends with him on Facebook. I do get entertained with that kind of stuff. But when it comes to scholarship, I always say he's out of his league, and all these things are just facts. They're not, and the constructive critique that somebody should not really get their feelings, hurt when somebody says that kind of stuff. It just gives you room to improve yourself. If you're not going to improve yourself, like he says, and you're just having fun, then that's all good. But you do not need me to, as objection, or what is it called when boxers use the punching bag. You do not need little old Imiket to kind of, cry out your tears in regards to what other people call you out on, or call you a crackhead and whatnot. You can tackle them personally, name by name, like everybody else does. You need to do that. You do not need Imiket, as a punching bag to cry out your tears. But I will let you do that in this particular sense because we already know what character you have. It doesn't faze me. These are things that we did when we were little girls around 9 or 12. After that, we beyond that, I would just look at it as somebody who's hurting and somebody who needs some kind of help and somebody who needs guidance in how to tackle facing whatever it is, the issue that they have head on. If you have issues with people calling you out crackhead, face them. If you have issues with people who lie to you about ancient Egypt, seek out those people and then face them. If you don't want to face them, just leave it alone. But yeah, don't project an Imiket though. But hey, for tonight, I'll let you do that.
Okay, so to get off of that and back onto the actual information, in terms of the name Remetch, I'm going to use something that everybody has access to right now, even Chief X himself. If you look up Egyptians in the Wikipedia at your leisure, you'll see that even Wikipedia tells you that the ancient Egyptians refer to themselves as the Remetch. They even have the Coptic version of the word. Let me get my cursor over there. Maybe y'all can see my cursor. Can y'all see my cursor? Okay. So let's go through this very quickly together. This is Wikipedia, everybody access encyclopedia. That's what I call it. This is the all access. So it says Egyptians. In Egyptian Arabic, it is El Misr or something. I've been so far removed from Arabic that it's a shame. But in Coptic, it's Remenkemi. Now I want y'all to pay attention to Remenkemi. Y'all see the Coptic right here, and I'm not sure who's familiar with the Coptic script. Well, here's the transliteration of it. Rem en Kemi. The Rem part of this word for the word Egyptian is the shortened form of Remetch. This is by the time Coptic comes. Coptic is a later stage, as scholars say, a later stage of the language. Rem en Kemet, which means the people of Kemet. The people of Kemet. So Remetch means the people, but it's talking specifically about the Egyptians. So this is why we say, and all scholars say, and translate the word Remetch to be Egyptians. It's the Egyptians. As I said, they didn't call the people south of them Remetch. They didn't call the Libyans Remetch. They didn't call the Canaanites Remetch. They didn't call anybody else Remetch but themselves. So we appropriately identified the word Remetch to mean the Egyptians. Even Wikipedia supports this. The Egyptians, they have Remenkemi. But let's keep going for a bit. Let's go down a bit, go down, go down, go down. And let's go to terminology. So I'm going to click on here and go to terminology. And let's see what we have. The Egyptians have received several names. What are those names? Remetch ni Kemet. I mean, can it get any more easier than this? Remetch Kemet, the native Egyptian name and description of the people of the Nile Valley. Do y'all see this? I mean, Wikipedia cannot be more easier. And Chief X even used Wikipedia himself. But he didn't think to even look here because it's not in him to look for this kind of stuff. He doesn't, like I said, this is not something that people into will look for. It's just messy. But Remetch Kemet, that's the name. That's the proper name. Remetch Kemet. Remetch means people. Ni is a genitive, means of, belonging to. And then Kemet means the riparian land. So the people of the riparian land. But as the Wikipedia says, it's a description of the people of the Nile Valley. In antiquity, let's keep reading. In antiquity, it was often shortened simply to the people. The name is vocalized as Remenkemi. And this is coming from the Coptic, which is late Bohairic Coptic stage of the language during the Greco-Roman era, meaning what? What does it mean? Let me say it in Chief X voice. Wujaru. What does that mean, Wujaru? What does that mean, Wujaru? I could be wrong. I'm not the linguist here. I could be wrong. But as far as I know, everywhere I look, even Asar Imhotep says that it don't mean Egyptian. He got all you nutcases out there believing his mind tricks, his mind voodoo and stuff like that. Wujaru. Wujaru. You better keep that chick in check. Wujaru. You lying on the word Remetch. Boy, I tell you, Chief X lost his mind, man. This is easy. Look, and let's keep going. It says, in Kemi, which is the plural indefinite article for ni. This is the indefinite article, ni, which is pluralized. It means the Egyptians, plural. Look, the Wikipedia even says it. I mean, come on, man. That's how you just start feeling sorry for somebody. Come on, man. You gotta say it just like that. Come on, man. Oh my goodness, boy. This is a shame. This is truly a shame. Right in the all available mighty Wikipedia, where you find that Remetch Kemet is referring to the Egyptians. And if that's not good enough for you, like I said, I'm doing this on the fly. So if I had time, I would pull out the books. I got books after books after books. I actually do this kind of work. And every single scholar knows and admits and will comfortably say that the Egyptians called themselves the Remetch. The Remetch. All right? And anyway, so I'm not going to carry on about that. I've actually went overboard enough. But I guess you want to say something.
Yeah, I was saying that, this, you pulling out the wiki and actually just going through it. You don't even need to go through it so much, just the first chapter. It's just that's how you get Chief X all the time. We did that on the other session where he was talking about everybody's lying about the Egyptian nationality, and he was right there in the first few lines on wiki. I've had discussions with Chief X himself where he would actually produce wiki articles, and one particular discussion that I always talk about is the one that Chief X decided upon himself, that how he pieces the dots together. He went on Wikipedia. He found out that obviously there are Nilotic groups of people who live around Kenya, who live around Ethiopia, Sudan, and all that places. And because you find those different Nilotic people there, and through antiquity, there was some groups of people in Ethiopia who enslaved their neighbors in Ethiopia. Then he decided that that means that Kenyan people were enslaved by Ethiopians. And I was trying to let him know, being Kenyan and knowing our history very well, that there's nowhere you're going to find where Ethiopia as a country actually went in and enslaved Kenyan people. He did not understand that. He kept, producing those wiki articles that talk about that. Well, you have Nalari groups in Ethiopia and you have Nalari groups in Kenya. So that means that if there were some Nalari groups in Ethiopia who enslaved each other, that means that Ethiopians enslaved Kenyans. So that's how he actually pieces things together. You saw that today too, with how he talked about, the word Remetch, and then go to the dictionary, and then he says people, and then he pulls out another English dictionary that says people are human beings, therefore the Remetch is just regular people, so that's how he does his scholarship. It doesn't matter what the sources that you're going to pull out, he will not understand what the sources are talking about. In his head, he will connect things completely differently. But yeah, so and that's one of the things that people that like I always say, when you're like in your senior age and you can't even connect the dots together. You know how when you're kids, they give you all these drawings and you try to connect the dots, what which groups stay together, which groups are different from each other. If you can do that at 50, that's why I always say that it's beyond people's help. So at this point, Chief X can't be helped really much, and it becomes something that is just like a mental thing where you even have to lie about photoshopping things when we're talking about facsimiles, when you have to lie now into people, basically just forget the scholarship and start lying about people and all that kind of stuff. It's this, the Chief X is not any, a scholar by, or even just saying, actually, at this point, I would actually say that something is completely wrong. So, but I do appreciate that we get to do this, to showcase some of the information that we always trying to teach, that in a different ways that other people can actually understand.
All right, so I want to share with y'all. This is the good old EA, which is Ernest Alfred Wallace Budge, EA Wallace Budge dictionary that everybody and their mother likes to use. And this is from page 436, column A in EA Wallace Budge's dictionary. If you look at the entry here that I have highlighted, you see the word Egyptian is highlighted here. Budge spells this out as R-E-T-H, reth. And so Budge has a tendency to type out the tethering rope instead of a TCH. He uses TH, just so you all know, just kind of as a FYI. This is the actual word remetch. You see the mouth that I've been showing y'all all night. You see the tethering rope that I've been showing you all night. You see the kneeling man that I've been showing you all night. You see the squatting or seated woman that I've been showing you all night. And then you have the three strokes here. This is the same word I've been showing you all night. Budge gives a reference where you can find this word. And guess what his reference is? It's the Duat 5, the fifth. It's talking about the Book of Gates or the fifth division of the Duat or the Book of Gates, the fifth hour, and so on. So that's what you've been seeing all night from me. Look at what Budge said it means. Men, i.e., which means that is to say, the Egyptians. So E.A. Wallace Budge, ever since 09 or whatever, Budge has been doing this thing. Budge is telling Chief X that Remetch are the Egyptians. He puts in quotes men because he understands that it means people and so on and so forth, but it's talking about the Egyptians. It says the Egyptians in the Duat. And he goes on to say they were formed from what? As I said, the tears, which is Remut. The tears that fell from the eyes of Ra. I told y'all that earlier. I said the Egyptians played on their cosmogonical text and words, they saw themselves figuratively as coming from, as being emanations of the tears of the god Ra. Okay, and that's where we get this colloquial, saying people of the sun. The word Remetch would be the root source of saying people of the sun, because they are literally people from the tears of the sun, or from the tears of the sun god Ra. The Egyptians didn't think that literally that they came from the sun. Nobody's coming directly from the sun, or that Ra is the sun itself, the ball of fire in the sky itself. People don't come from that. All right. So I just wanted to show y'all another source that Chief X will never take the time out to look. He's just going to simply Google things. And he does a poor job at that, because I just showed Wikipedia, and now I went to Budge, and I showed you another dictionary before that. And before it's over with, I'll probably show you all some more. 'Cause like I said, this is real time, and I'm just pulling this stuff up. But I was hoping any one of y'all come on the panel. Like, nobody's coming on the panel. What's up with that? Like, you know what I mean? Somebody go get Chief X. But yeah. So MK, you got anything else? I'm not paying attention too much to the chat, but yeah, I appreciate everybody tuned in. Yeah, if any of y'all have any questions, I can see the chat. So if you have a question, put an at to the Seshu, and it'll stand out, stick out. I can see you have a question. Any questions for me? Let me pay attention to the chat. Shout out to Bedrock Carter. Shout out to Trickia. Shout out to Afro Ninja, Fritz Shaggy, Damo. What's up, Damo? Natron Means. Who else we got? Chavis. All right, what's going on, Chavis? Chavis in the house, boy. Thurman Meredith. Peace. Who else we got? I'm just scrolling up. Oh, we got Sanat Safa. Sis Safa. I think that's Safa. If that's the same Sanat Safa. Sister Anusha. Hotep. Christopher Withers. We got Chris in the house. He said Christ Withers. You got Christ Withers, boy. That's the real Messiah right there. Christopher Withers. Now, who else we got in the house? Zane. Got a Kadeem, Zane. Hotep. 42 Tribes, Hotep. I got brother Sean. Any here at Kalfani? Boy, I know Sean. Man, Sean, I know if you were listening, I know you were having fun. I already know Sean. Sean probably like, yes. Get that. I know Sean. Sean probably instigated like a bug. Who else we got? Donnie Williams, Hotep. Yahoo Drums. I'm just scrolling up. I don't really see any questions though. Orande Branch, Hotep. Rasan, Hotep. Got Rasan in the house. Master Khalik, Hotep. Sadiq A. All right, we got that going. We got that good stuff going. All right, see, we're going to share something else. What we got going on?
Oh, so I was just gonna address just one thing, because obviously, we don't want to come back to this, because I was asking if there's anything else that Chief X said on the video that I'm not aware of, and you said that I blocked him, but this is just to prove, how much of a liar Chief X is, because I think the only place I know Chief X on social media is on Facebook, really. And first of all, I don't block people on Facebook, so really I haven't done that. I don't know why people do that, but I haven't done that. And if I go to my friends list, and you can see I only have like 766 friends, and I've been on Facebook since those college Facebook days. So I keep it limited and whatever it is, but I definitely do not, get to block people like that. But if I search on my friends list, Chief X goes by the name Xavier. I actually have Chief X twice, both accounts on Facebook. That on Facebook, if I was to block Chief X, I would not be friends with him. So this is just another one of those disillusioned ideas that Chief X has about me. But Chief X is actually a friend of my Facebook account twice. So I'm friends with him on 2 of his pages. So you can definitely see that I have not blocked him out. So I just wanted to address that because I asked quickly anything else that, Chief X lied about me that I could actually, go ahead and just, rebut that real quick. But yeah.
Well, all right. Well, there y'all have it. So Chief X is now, he titled his video said I'm the deceitful liar or full of fear and stuff, but as I've demonstrated tonight, it's really the other way around. Chief X is the one who's been deceitful all night, whether it's intentional or out of ignorance or both. I believe it's both. I believe he's ignorant of a lot of things, but I also believe that he intentionally is messy. And he, it just speaks for itself. I don't even have to give any too much commentary on that. But all right, so I done went through his video. Y'all heard my responses in real time. There was a little bit more to the video left, but I mean, he kind of spoiled it when he went off on Emicat. He done took the fun out of it with that, because I mean I can't endorse stuff like that. I mean, he just crossed the line. You just don't do stuff like that. And like I said, in person, Chief X and everybody else, people just act different in person, especially on touchy things and stuff you say that from your childhood that things happen when you say stuff like that. Like we not, we weren't born in a bubble. So it's just weird. There's just some weird stuff that goes on the YouTube streets and social media. That's why I call it a circus. Chief X is part of the circus. He intentionally and by his own admission, he does things to be messy. He actually said it. Y'all can see it on his video where he say, "Hey, I'm doing this to be messy," or whatever the case is. I don't get down like that. All right, but I'm trying to see if anybody had any questions.
Yes, there's one question. Somebody was asking me what does Akinyi means. Akinyi, which is my last name, it actually is it means a girl that is born in the morning between the times of, I think, around 6 to 7 or 5 to 7 in the morning, that is. So the word Okinyi means morning, and then the names that we usually name, our last names come from, the seasons, what season you're born in, and that could be time. It could be time of day. It could be if there was harvesting time, if it was a rainy day, if it was night, if it was afternoon, or if a major event was occurring. So I got my last name because I was born early in the morning. So I get the name Akinyi, which for girls are named with an A, and men actually take the proper name, which is comes with the letter O. So that would be Akinyi for me. And then if I was born a boy, then it would be Okinyi.
All right, there you have it. Akinyi versus Okinyi. All right. Tonika Okinyi. Emiket Aku Kinshai Akinyi. Nice. Anything else? This is wait, y'all let him on. He could. Anybody got any questions? I know there's like a slight delay, so I'm gonna wait to see if anybody has any questions. Let's see. Would y'all have a question, brother? Is there a book? Oh, hold up. Let's see what this question is. Mongo Slade says, would y'all have a question, brother? Is there a book I can buy that will explain each Egyptian dynasty in one book or books? That's a good question. Okay, I don't know to what extent you mean explain each dynasty, but if you are interested in the kingships of all the different dynasties and stuff like that, I can definitely recommend a book to you. All right. And I'm glad you asked me that, because I'm gonna share my screen. I'm gonna go to Amazon and I'm gonna make some suggestions to you all, some books that you want to get relevant to this subject. So let me pull up Amazon. here. Get rid of all this advertisement. Let me share my screen. Hold up. Boy, I got a bunch of advertising. Okay, give me 1 second, you all. Let me just pull up a blank tab. Boy, they be killing you with these advertisements. Pop-ups. Okay, here we go. So, share my screen again. I'm just going to put you all onto a couple of books that I can find at the top of my head real quick. So, share my screen. Share tab, and here we go, Amazon. All right, so you all should be able to see my screen. Let me get this out the way. Okay, so I'm on Amazon. If you like me, you know what? And like I was saying in the video, Chief X was trying to insinuate that I lie and I do this stuff for money or whatever he was trying to say. And you all know, you all should know, and the record shows that I don't even advertise my own classes like I should be doing. So I should be advertising my classes. And when Chief X and people like him make comments like that, he actually sets the tone for people to feel a way to even advertise what they do for compensation. That doesn't work on me. But the fact is, I actually don't advertise my class enough. I go live all the time. I don't even mention the class. I don't even mention the books or none of that stuff. And people even get on me for doing that. So, you know, I actually need to do it. But anyway, I want to share with y'all some books to get. So when it comes to the Book of Gates, I want you all to Book of Gates. Let's pull it up. I want you all to get this book. This is the go-to book. It's by Eric Hornung. The Egyptian Book of Gates. It's $120, so it's a little steep for a book, but it's worth it. And that's what I'm saying. See, if people wanna contribute and donate to me or the stuff I'm doing, like I will give you my Amazon wish list, my book list, because I like books, and that's what I do. If anybody donates and stuff, like we do have Super Chat, but notice that I don't even mention Super Chat. Our Super Chat is turned on, I think. Hold on, let me check. Yeah, our Super Chat is turned on. We actually have Super Chat turned on, but you wouldn't even know it because I never mention it. Emmy Cat never mentioned it. Anybody on the panel, we never mention the Super Chat. We don't be begging people, hey, hit that Super Chat, hit that Super Chat, hit that Cash App, show some love, show some love, show the brother some love. Show the brother some love. I've been bringing you this heat. I've been bringing you this fire. This fire. My name is Wujaru. I'm bringing this heat, this fire. I don't be showing you my cash tag and this and that. But if you all do enjoy the information that's shared and all this good stuff, I definitely appreciate anything that people give. And everything people actually do give, they go into books. But anyway, I want y'all to get these books right here. Let me see and make this bigger because I want y'all to read it. So this is the Egyptian Book of the Gates hardcover, done in 2014. It is by Eric Hornung and Theodore Apt. And this is a very good book. And in this book, you will see that when it comes to the I think the fourth hour, the fifth division, or the fifth hour, fourth division, I may have it in reverse or whatever the case is, it talks about the four groups of people: the Egyptians, the Asiatics, the Nehisiu. Let me use the Egyptian terms. You got the Remetch, the Amu, the Nehisiu, and the Chemehu. Today we would call them the Egyptians, the West Asians. And then you have the Nubians, as people like to say. I don't use that word. And then you have the Libyans. All right, that's one book. And so the brother, Mongol Slade, you asked me for a book in terms of the dynasties. Now, I don't know to what extent. I don't know any one book that will just explain the detail about all the dynasties. So I don't know what you mean by that per se. But if you're talking about the kings, they're books that explain all the kings of each dynasty, what dynasty they were in, and stuff like that. There's a couple of books out there. I'm gonna show you a good one to get for that, and it is let me just get the name right. Give me 1 second here. I gotta look it up. Let's look this up. Ancient Egyptian Royal Titulary. And will it come up? Let's see. Will I find it? Will I find it? Will I find it? Will I find it? And I don't see it. It's not a guarantee that's going to be on Amazon. Let me see. Let me put the author's name. The author's name is Leprohan. Let's see. Leprohan. Ah, there you go, right there. This is the book to get. The Great Name, Ancient Egyptian Royal Titulary or Titulary, Writing from the Ancient World, Society of Biblical Literature, Writings from the Ancient World. Hardcover, published April 26, 2013. It is $40. Paperback is $36. Get it. It's a good book. All right. It has the names of all the kings and what the names mean. It's a real good. Hold on, let me see if peep inside. Let me see if I can show you all. Let's see if it gives an example of the insides. Let's see. It's gonna give an example of one. Does it? That's the introduction. Nah, I skipped. It doesn't. They just tease you. They don't show. I have this book. I could show you mine, but this is a good book to get. Get that book. Put that on your list. Okay. That's books that I can tell you that kind of answer your question. I'm not, like I said, I don't know to what extent you need the dynasties explained, but those are two books that come to mind. I mean, that's a book that comes to my mind. All right, so that's that. Any other questions from anybody? Make sure I didn't miss anything. Emika, did I miss anything?
No. I think demo you said super chat. So Dua for that. And there was one note that Bro Sadiq.
Hey, peace, Demo. Appreciate that.
Yeah. And then Bro Sadiq in earlier during the video, he had a note, not a question, and I think I can't see it, but where is it? Donnie just put a summary of it. I think you were showing the Thebes mapping project, KV11, and you were saying that the glyphs that were showing there were not of Nubians. It was a error that was done by whoever did it. I'm not sure. Correct me if I'm wrong, Donnie. But that was one thing that he wanted to, Bro Sadiq wanted to let you know once you were done with the session.
Brother Sadiq?
Yeah.
Okay, so, yeah, Sadiq, if you could repeat that, if you're still watching.
I think he's gone.
Okay, so basically, yeah, I was saying that that's a whole conversation. In the tomb of Ramesses III, if people actually read the scholarship on the tomb of Ramesses III, they refer to that as an anomaly, because in that tomb, the Egyptians are identically represented the same way that they depict the Nehisiu, or what they like to say is Nubians, and that's the only place that you'll find that in there, and they're calling it a mistake. Some scholars say that was a mistake, a scribal mistake, artistic mistake, and so on and so forth. But the Book of Gates, it has the four distinct groups of people. They're always mentioned in the same particular order, and from tomb to tomb where you do find this book at, or the Book of Gates at, they're not always depicted the same exact way from tomb to tomb. So when you look at the Chemehu, for example, they look a certain way in the tomb of Merneptah, versus how I look in the tomb of Seti the First. They may look different, but the name is clearly defined. So it's not about the consistency of the way that they look. And that's something else that Chief X and people like him don't understand, because it's out of their league. They don't know what they're talking about. So, oh, I see. Yeah, I pointed that out already, Sadiq. I don't know if you were here. I actually showed that. I actually showed that the picture that Chief X is using is actually the Remetch. And I showed the glyphs from his picture to the picture of the actual tomb. I showed that already, side by side. Matter of fact, let's do that. Let's do that now. Let me pull it up. Let me pull up the actual website he got it from. So it's the Theban mapping book of gates. We're gonna do what Chief X does. We're gonna Google. Let me show you what Chief X did. Let me share my screen. Y'all get this real time stuff here. Let me just reshare. All right, this is what Chief X and people like him do. So all I did was search something, and I go to images, and here are the images that you find. And you, as you can see, or I'm not sure, it may be a little hard for you all to see. Let me make it bigger. Okay. So they're showing books here, but here are the images. This is coming from the Book of Gates, and you see it's coming from the ThebanMappingProject.com. You see this one, the Gates in the Tomb of Ramesses III, ThebanMappingProject.com. All these are from ThebanMappingProject.com. Okay. This one's from Book of Gates Real History www.com, and so on. All right. Going down, you see some more pictures. You see this one, Theban Mapping Quora. So let's just go to the website that Chief X used. Let's go to the Theban Mapping website. All right, let's go there. So let me click on the image he used. Chief X used this image. So you see this coming up over here, but let's go to the actual site. This is the site that he showed. Okay. Theban mapping, and Chief X made a point that, hey, it's a Theban mapping and this, that, and the third. He said it's Nubians, it says Nubians. But guess what? This picture is incorrectly labeled as Nubians, but this is a picture of the actual Remetch. I already showed you all that. I showed it all side by side. If you look, matter of fact, here's the word Remetch right here, right above here, where you can see my cursor. This spells Remetch. Anybody who can read the glyphs can see this says Remetch right here. Let's go to the previous picture. This one's dark, but this one shows the who is this referred to? Because they only showed two, and you see the quail chick here, and this is probably the Chemehu. This is probably the Chemehu. And let's go. Here's a previous picture. Okay, so it's gone out of the range. All right, here's another one. Now, this is the Amu. This is the Amu. Okay. And that's pretty much it that they have right here. And here's this, here's a picture they use. So he's saying that this site is saying it's Nubians, but that's incorrect. So even the website he's using is incorrect, and I showed and proved that tonight. All right, so if we were to go down some more, let's go to this website. This is the Book of Gates from a different website. Let's scroll on down to see what this website has. in store for us. Let's see. Scroll down. Let's see where the color pictures are. This is from the tomb of Seti the First. This tomb of Seti the First. Notice that you have 4 Egyptians in a row. You got 2 of the Amu right here. And then they continue. You got 2 more Amu. Remember, this is there's a corner in the wall, which is why they separate them like this. Here's the other 2. Remember, it's 4 people, 4 figures of each group. You got 1, 2, 3, 4 Egyptians, 1, 2, and then 1, 2 of the Amu, who are the Asiatics. Now you go into the Nehisio or Nubians. 1, 2, 3, and the 4th one you see the feet, but the figure is obviously it's damaged, it's missing. That's 4 of them. And then the last 4 would be the Chemehu, which are the Libyans. All right. And here's some more. They're showing the different dress style and so on and so forth. Here the Chemehu right here. This is a part of the last group. But you see all this damage there? And then that's it. So they don't have Ramesses III tomb. That's from Seti the First. I just wanted to go there because this showed it. But there you have it. Pinterest. I'm just trying to see if we see any other pictures that will be helpful to us, and no. But I have better pictures, and I already showed them tonight. So you already got that. All right. Any other questions? Nope. All right. I guess not. No other questions. Did I miss any questions? Have we kept? Sadiq A said, can we put that on Chief X? What? I don't understand what you mean. Can we put that on Chief X? Can we put what on Chief X? Markel Maxwell said, will there be a debate? Man, come on, Markel. Let me explain something to you. 99% of what you see in the circus community, aka the conscious community, is not debates. It's people fussing. I don't do that. So the answer to short and skinny is no. Chief X is barely qualified to talk about sports, let alone the Egyptian stuff. I'm not going to waste my time doing that. I don't mind teaching, as I'm doing and every time I go live, but debating, no. That's an insult. Chief X don't even take the time out to even know that the word Remetch is a designation for the Egyptians. Chief X doesn't even know that the picture he's using daggers and cuts off his entire video, his entire argument that he's been doing for the past 3 months. He said Chief X used a good source, but they were wrong. That's what I meant. No, Chief X did not use a good source for his argument. Okay, in and of itself, yeah, the Theban Mapping Project, yeah, that's a great website. Yes, if that's what you mean, yes, I agree. The ThebanMappingProject.com is a good website, but it's only as good as its accuracy. And obviously that particular page is not a good page because that page is incorrect. It has a incorrect label for the image that they're showing, which allowed Chief X to be loud and wrong. His whole point is wrong, but he's using a picture from a website that has it mislabeled. So that page from that website is not a good page. But in general, yeah, the Theban Mapping Project is a good project. I'm familiar with it. It's great. But they need to correct that. They need to correct that picture. That's not the right picture. And I showed that. I have pictures from the actual tomb. Markel said, I don't think it would be an argument if it's just y'all. Marquez, I think you missed the point. Chief X not qualified. What wouldn't be an argument if Chief X comes as a student and then I can teach him. Chief X knows nothing about what he's talking about when it comes to Egypt. He's just too wrong. That would be an insult. That would be a straight up insult.
Yeah, I would go as far as just saying that, knowing that you've actually had a conversation. I think the video is actually from last year. It was on the Amara Squad Facebook group, where it was just you and Chief X, and then during the latter part of the conversation, I jumped on and somebody else. But the conversation was basically you just walking Chief X through, the whole argument that people are having with Nubia and Nubians and whatnot. And, where you actually laid the points, and Chief X is like, yeah, I understand, it makes sense, Wujaru. How come the other people don't explain like you do, Wujaru? But then the very next day, Chief X forgot everything that he thought made sense anyway, and just did the opposite. And that's what he does. So at this point, I don't even think first you can't, he's not qualified to debate or even to even have a conversation. But secondly, he's not even qualified. He can't even, he doesn't have enough resources, or it doesn't have the capacity to actually even be a student, because you will tell him the right information, but then the next day his brain will just completely rewire itself differently. So that's why I would actually go as far as saying that he's a lost cause. Sometimes you have to accept when a car, when everything fails in a car, where it's like we can't keep taking it to the mechanic, you just have to trash it and then get a new car if you need a car. So that's actually where Chief X finds himself. He's just you can't help him. And I keep emphasizing it's a lot to do with a lot of other things that we don't know, and also the fact that at some point when it comes to old age and you can't really be flexible in your views and understanding, then it's just a lost cause. So I wouldn't even try to give him the excuse of even he might be willing to learn or sit as a student and learn. That is way past that.
All right, and lastly, what I'm going to say is I'm going to show you all another Chief X source just to show how sloppy he is. And this will be the last thing I'll say. This is, he pulled up the Wikipedia Book of Gates entry in Wikipedia. This is, all access Wikipedia, the mighty Wikipedia, right? He pulled this up himself. So this is another source that he used that daggers his entire argument as well, or the points that he was trying to make. So if you read this is about the Book of Gates, and it just gives you a summary of what is about. And it said the most famous part of the Book of Gates today refers to the different races of humanity known to the Egyptians. That's the famous table of nations that people like to quote. And that's the only reason why people are familiar with the book. They don't care about the rest of the book. They just want to go to that point right there, and people will be trying to use that. It says it divides them up into 4 categories that are now conventionally labeled. See how it says ret? That's the way Budge spells Remetch. And look what they have here. Even on the Wikipedia article that Chief X used, it has Egyptians beside it. But as you heard in Chief X videos, Chief X says that it's only Afrocentric people that believe that the Remetch are the Egyptians, or it means Egyptians, when his own source says it. I showed the other wiki article on the ancient Egyptians entry that said it, that he didn't pull up. But I'm showing you this one, which is the one he did show, and he just skipped over this. The Amu, or Asiatics, the Nehesiu, or the Nehesu, Nubians, and the Chemehu, Libyans. So you got the Remetch, which are the Egyptians, the Amu, Asiatics, Nehesu, Nubians, and so on. Even his own source daggers him. And if you look at the superscripted number, the footnote, it's quoting E.A. Wallace Budge, Ernest Alfred Wallace Budge, from 1905. I said 1909 earlier, so 1905. Chapter 6 of the book of the Taka Hera. Well, he spells it Takahera, which is the Book of Gates. It's supposed to be the word for gates in that particular one. So you understand that? Now, look at the diagram over here on the right-hand side. It says the four races of the world. A Libyan, which is the first one, which is Chimehu. A Nubian, Nehesu. Next one, Amu, or Asiatic. And look what it says for this one, Egyptian. Look what's next to it. They say Reth, but it's a Remetch. They're using budget spelling of it, as I pointed out earlier. You see that? So his own source is telling him on his last point that is everything he said was wrong. And look at this. This is from Lepsius. Again, the Remetch are the Egyptians. The Amu are the Asiatics. The Nehisu are the Nubians. And the Chimehu are the Libyans. His own source says the exact same thing. So Chief X is just all over the place and all wrong. Loud and wrong. Loud and wrong. And I lost all respect for him. I had a little bit of respect. I respect his jokey jokes and stuff. But nah, where I come from, you don't come back from that. You don't assault sisters like that at all, man. That's just uncalled for. So you can't come back from that. I don't care how many videos he does, whether he apologizes or not. I don't care. Now, Emmy Cat, she can speak for herself. She's a grown woman. She can speak for herself. But me, that's a wrap. Chief X, you can miss me with all that stuff. I don't care if you do 50 videos with my name in it or anything like that later for that. All right. Just when you come into the east, you come in Georgia at any point in time, look me up. That's all I'm gonna say. We could chop it up in person. We can go live in person. Let's do that. But I guess there's no questions or whatnot, or whatever the case is. So we've been on for almost 5 hours now. It is 12:45. So I'm gonna say, MK, you want to say something?
That was saying that's the first time that we've been live for a long time and still get to say it's midnight. you know. But yeah, nobody wanted to join the panel. The link is on the chat, pinned above the chat. While Wijao takes time to say his African goodbye.
Nah, we've been on for a long time, man. That all those insults kind of took the steam, took the fun out of it. I was having fun busting up Chief X. Chief X don't have a chance. Everything he said was wrong. I said it last night. I'm not even saying anything new from what I said last night. Chief X was loud and wrong, and now he's just gone overboard. His character is done. He has bad character, immature. I don't know how old he is. And y'all heard me when I first started this video. I was saying, yeah, I met the brother. You know, he's cool in person. I just don't have any respect for him on an academic level. But everywhere else, he's cool. But now, I'm letting y'all know right now, I have officially changed my mind. Not only is he retarded when it comes to, and by retarded I mean slow, when it comes to comprehending these type of things, but I don't have respect for him on the academic side of things, scholar side of things. But now he lost my ounce of respect when I say that he was cool and whatnot. He's not a cool person. Cool people don't just go off and assault women like that for no reason and take things that men are doing in his own chat and take it out on a woman like that. That is some punk stuff right there. That's some straight cowardly punk stuff. And you know, back in the day, if you caught me like 30 years ago or whatever, I'd be saying a whole bunch of more stuff like that. And that's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, so just if you're listening, Chief X, that's not gonna make me stop, calling you out on your stupidity. Because one thing you have to understand is that when it comes to this kind of stuff, talking about the language with the ancient Egyptians, I got skills, so I know what I'm talking about. So I know you can't really talk about my skills. So I kind of end up trying to insult me in, using my body parts, which you're very wrong about. So that's actually ridiculous on its own. But the fact that you don't even know me, but you would actually imagine what my body parts would be like, and then and try to insult me, thinking that you might hit it right. But that's just stupid. But just one thing you have to understand, when you're wrong as 2 left feet, Imiket is going to be right there letting you know that I might be younger than you, I might be a lady, but definitely I am smarter than you. And regardless, you could call me bow-legged, you could call me all kinds of names. You're still wrong as 2 left feet. And I'm still skilled at this, and I'm still a teacher when it comes to this. So you just buckle up, find some new names. I could give you the B names in Sesh. I could give you the B names in Kiswahili. I could give you the B names in Danish. I could give you the B names in Luo. I could help you out because you definitely don't have the skills and you definitely don't know me. And you definitely were actually very wrong about me. So you need to find some other skinny B to actually insult. But Amy Cat,
Yeah, I'm just showing y'all some eye candy right here, man. This is, Chief X said Emmy Cat got a flat ass and stuff like that. Like, is this dude on drugs? Like, for real? Like, I understand why people say he on crack though. Like, I don't say he's on crack. I don't know him to be doing crack or anything like that. I won't say that as if I know that's true or whatever. But something is wrong with Chief X though. Something, because he's not only wrong with information, but he's just wrong about all the other stuff. So this is Emmy Cat that y'all are watching right here, and this is her performance. And I already know Chief X definitely had never seen this. He never seen Emmy Cat. He can't. I mean that's the only way I'm gonna make him. I'm gonna give him the benefit of consideration. I'm gonna give him some consideration that he just was just mad and he never seen her. He just wants somebody to pick on, and that's why I say some punk stuff. There's some coward stuff. You gonna say something about a woman, but you ain't gonna say nothing about all the people that's in your chat clowning you. That's crazy. That's crazy. Where I come from, we got all kinds of names and stuff. And, stuff happen to people like that. Stuff happen to people like that. But anyway.
yeah. Plus, just a disclaimer: there's nothing wrong with all my sisters with the flat ass, whatever it is. No, it's wrong to try to body shame somebody if that's how they look like. So, you don't want to be doing that, Chief. That's actually low. Like, there are women who are actually, ass is ass. So if they're flat, they're flat. That's all good. You don't need to body shame them. That's actually just wrong on all levels.
But do y'all see what I see though? And I'm gonna close out with this. I'm gonna close out with this eye candy right here. This is for the fellas. Outside of Chief X, apparently. Chief X is blind. He said, this is Emmy Cat, y'all. And see where I froze it right there? Do you see the backside? You see, and I'm not trying to objectify you, Emmy Cat, so let me be careful. But
don't make another disclaimer.
So let me just say that's a letter C right there. That's a backward. That's like a D, a P if you look at all the letters. Anyway, so all right. With that, let me stop this all. Man, it's crazy. So let me just give everybody a shout out. Appreciate everybody tuned in. I know we ran real long and real late, but rewind this video. Y'all gonna see all the mistakes Chief X made. I'm not making another video about whatever Chief X is. Like I said, I've lost all respect, like 100% respect. Chief X is just another one of those dudes. That's it. Another one of those dudes, them guys, period. He's not even worth it because I use him as for teaching moments, but he's already used up. I done taught what I could from his silliness and mistakes. And that's just it. I don't care what other mistakes he make. He's going to continue to make them because he doesn't know how to do scholarship or actually learn. He's stuck. And I'm okay with that. All right. So, hey, appreciate, I think we got another Natron. Peace. Appreciate that. All right. So, I'm going to say Shimon Hotep, appreciate everybody for hanging out and bearing with me, riding it out. But, yeah, we are about to be out. So, Hotep, appreciate it.
Plato said that when you go to chemist school, you become more alert. You may wake up, your spirit wake up. And you become a more human being. That's your character is built in a school. We must know Netcher. You see, maybe in the future we need to know some Refuting too. We need to know Netcher.